Honourable members, we have quorum. Honourable member for North Bougainville will lead us in prayer.
Heavenly Father, mipla come to you to tell the morning. Mipla man Mary nothing lo I bless you, Papa. Today, ta mipla come sit down. Lo Parliament, lo people, lo Papua New Guinea. Papa, you serve lo lewa blo mipla. You serve lo cry blo this nation, Papa God. Mipla sarap lo I blo you. You make him mipla. Lo come stop lo here. Lo make him talk. Lo sinanem good people blo mipla inside lo this beautiful country blo mipla, Papa. Papa, at the time, they committing people blo mipla Bougainville will arm blo you. Hamas Christmas will cry, Papa. Papa, me cry lo whole Papua New Guinea. You sabi lo want him something, me play walk lo pull him tight him lo this time, oh God. Me play asking you. Stop na me lo me play today. People marking me play lo come walk him decision. Lo benefit in future, blo picking blo me play, or tumbuna blo me play. Usat samplay lik, usat samplay no come up yet lo this time, oh God. Me play asking you. Me play cry lo bill blo me play. Inside the Parliament, where you snap him, where you mark him, people all get up. May your mercy and may your grace and may your knowledge and your wisdom by stop na me long people long today, oh God. Papa, me commit him all get up picking all get up mama, all get up papa. Long this like 23 provinces to come to handle you, oh God. Plenty time to mass me, plus walk him. Talk, na think, na decision. Long mipla also mipla human being. But today, oh God, on the floor of the Parliament of Papua New Guinea today, at this hour, at this minute, mipla committee gonna handle you, Papa. Mipla committee gonna handle you. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Clerk, any petitions? Notices? Honourable members, question time. The Honourable Member for Goroka.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, before me asking question, me also like look sawal also Martin blow me come sit on the chambers today. Good look them all. At the same time to all hardworking teachers long all. Question from me without notice, Mr. Speaker, go along. Minister of Civil Aviation, Minister of State Enterprise to take note. Me like ask him. Me understand also Air Niugini and workload reflecting on airlines belong or planes belong. Now Goroka Airport, Mr. Speaker, Misla no kisim Misla Big Balu 737 Air Niugini ino come na put down. So question from me lo state question from me go along Civil Aviation Minister. Airport from me is there something wrong with them Misla airport? Na mi ben oksimol Big Balus. We don't know 737. Suppose we don't know enough blockade of the 737. I'm sure we will not also cater for the new fleet of air units that are coming in, the A220. So question from me, Mr. Speaker, first. The Goroka Airport, what is wrong with it? Now when is something wrong, na midla art location also big balus currently, none of behind. Secondly, suppose this airport cannot cater for the big ones currently. What is the minister's plan about that airport and the people of Eastern Islands will have access to Tanubla Balus coming in for the future of Eastern Islands, Nagoroka want them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank you too, Member Lo Goroka, Lo Dupla series questions belong. At this stage, Goroka Airport, meeting requirements, accepting all Nupla, Balus, and New Guinea by bringing the coming site. Something that National Airport Corporation is working on to try and see how best we could actually get the airport up to specs to receive bigger aircraft, bigger payload aircraft into Goroka. And in relation to what we're doing about it, we understand the circumstance, the situation in Stapolsem, where it won't be able to cater for the incoming refleeting of New Guinea aircraft. So we're looking into the engineering aspect of it, and we'll be then putting a cost together and try to do our best to try and meet the cost and get the Goroka Airport up to scratch, because it's one of our national airports that we recognize that it's important for us. National Airport Corporation, so we'll give it the attention it deserves to try and get it up and running and prepared to take bigger aircraft in the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Governor for Oro.
Deputy Speaker, my questions are to the Minister for Defence and for the NEC to take note as well. And they are in relation to the subject of natural disasters. Before I commence my series of questions, I want to also thank the government for their assistance to the people of Oro during our natural disasters of late. We had floods in the coastal areas throughout Oro province, and the national government responded promptly and gave 1 million kina, which we were able to use to distribute to our people, our communities. And on behalf of the people of Oro, I thank the government for this very prompt, swift response. We are all shattered by what has happened in Enga of late, and we are still very much in mourning with our people of Enga about the recent events where a significant number of our people were buried in a landslide or landslip. I believe that this event will not be the last that we witness this year, that there will possibly be more such events. My questions are in relation to planning, in relation to what are we going to do as a government going forward in managing this type of disaster so that we can respond in a swift manner and be able to help our people recover. current disaster laws are outdated. The protocols for response are outdated. My questions to the Minister, through you, Deputy Speaker, are this. What plans does the Ministry have to review these laws? Will the Ministry be carrying out an audit of the recent disaster to find out what could be done, what could be improved on, so that we can be able to better respond to such disasters? Does the national government have plans to assist provinces in building provincial disaster management centers? In our province, we have put aside 1 million kina to do this, and we would like to know if counterpart funding will be available for this. Will the Defence Ministry consider co-opting other organizations such as the Fire Services Department into one amalgamated organization that can be able to better respond to disasters when they occur, and also coordinate the assistance coming from development partners? And this specifically is for awareness. Will there be an effort to carry out awareness so that our people in all parts of Papua New Guinea are aware of what is happening in the world insofar as global boiling is concerned and the consequences, and how they can be able to better manage the environment and better manage their response to such disasters? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Governor for Oro for this very important question. As you're aware, in the recent months, we've had a lot of natural disasters in the country. And as a doctor in this ministry, I am learning that as a country, we have been operating on an ad hoc basis. The National Disaster Management Act goes back to 1984. The National Disaster Management is packed with the provincial and local level government, while in 2020 at the national level it's packed with defense. So there is some level of disunity in the way it is operating. At the provincial level it's with one department, and at the national level it's with defense. The National Fire Department is with defense. We don't have a national ambulance service. Search and rescue is with, I think, Maritime Safety Authority. And so you can understand that these critical national disaster and emergency management departments are not in one place. So when you have a disaster to coordinate, it is difficult. But in terms of a national disaster, the Act is very clear. The first responders on the ground are the Provincial Disaster Management Committee, and the person in charge is the provincial administrator. At the national level, from a national government standpoint, when there is a disaster, the National Disaster Management Committee is activated, and it is our job to make sure that the provinces that is affected by disaster have all the resources that they need. So we expect the Provincial Disaster Management Committee to, within 6 to 12 hours, do a quick report, send it to us at the National Disaster Management Committee, and we reassess and define what kind of help they need. And then we ask national government, we ask our international partners to help us to make sure that the Provincial Disaster Management Committee have all the resources that they need to provide the support to where the disaster is. So in terms of the questions, I acknowledge there's a lot of 4 or 5 questions that he has asked. I will take note of those questions and respond at a later time because it's a very important question. But in summary, I would like to say that I have been informed that the Disaster Management Act is being reviewed, and I have given instructions and sought help to make sure that our national disaster and emergency management systems at this stage are not disaster ready, and it is a bipartisan issue for all of us to make sure that we as a nation are ready and prepared for disasters in our country. And we have to pack the National Ambulance Service that is not yet created, but I intend to have that created by an act of Parliament, and we need to have a National Ambulance Service, our National Disaster Center, our Search and Rescue, and our National Fire Service under one umbrella, and we can be able to coordinate all national emergencies and disasters in our country. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
We have a supplementary. Governor for Southern Highlands, what's your supplementary?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, firstly, before my supplementary question, I want to commend the Minister of his very prompt, as a rapid response type of performance I've observed over the few months, or when he was appointed minister. He's been to Wewak when the disaster struck. He's been to Kundiawa, Simbu Province, and also in Enga. And I think it is important through this supplementary question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister needs to inform the country on through a ministerial statement on the functions of the disaster. Previously, it was with intergovernment relations, now with defense. And I see him as a response unit himself, but the inefficiencies of the bureaucracy is going to pin you down. So you need to clearly establish where the functions are, who does what, where do the donors come in, their reporting mechanisms, accountability on the use of resourcing, so that you gain confidence from donors as well as the country as a whole, where the provincial governments come in, where LLGs come in, and these structures come in. So you need to do a detailed ministerial statement on the preparedness.
Honorable Governor, I'll ask you to go straight to your question.
Well, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think we need a detailed ministerial statement on disaster, because disaster does not warn anybody. It comes in at any time. I don't want the way we are knee-jerk reaction. We must have a robust response unit in the disaster management in this country going forward. So I want the minister, through this question, to table a detailed ministerial statement. Thank you. Well,
Honorable Governor, your comment was... Honorable Governor, by listening to your supplementary, it's like you are giving a comment in regard to what you thought about the question being asked. If you can put it in a question format, then I can ask the minister to.
All right. Mr. Deputy Speaker, can the minister detail the country and ask going forward in terms of disaster management, preparedness, a ministerial statement? That's what I'm asking.
The Honorable Minister. Clear. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I thank the Governor for Southern Highlands for giving me that important question, and I commit that my team is working on a detailed ministerial statement on the situation of our, as a country, disaster preparedness and our response, and we'll use the recent batch of disasters that we've had and how we have responded as a point, and we'll look at that and then we'll present a full detailed report. But before I sit down, I want to take the opportunity to thank all our donors who have supported us in the recent batch of disasters, especially in Mulitaka. The response that we have received as a country has been immense, and as the minister responsible for disaster, I want to thank them very much, all those donor agencies and you and family who have supported us. So thank you.
The Honourable Member for Finsafen.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We raised last question without notice, but thank you, Lord. Chair, want them people of Makam look several people of Finsafen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I go to my question, Mr. Speaker, may I thank him, Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, coalition members who have served with for the last 5 years. At the tenure of the speech that Prime Minister you delivered, I wanted to say thank you for trusting me and then giving me the ministry portfolio for 5 years which we have tried to serve for the last 5 years whilst we're in government. And I extend my thank you. Passing thank you, Mastap, let me thank him, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Leader Blong, URP, all the coalition partners that we've stayed together in government for the last 5 years. And I'll be forever thankful to the Prime Minister and other coalition members who have given me the privilege to serve in Cabinet. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my question is asked to the Prime Minister, and if the Minister in charge of Administrative Services can take note. Before I ask my question, I'd like to, on behalf of my people in Finchafen, Tok Sore Long, People Blong, Mike Mulitaka, the Pogara Paela LLG, and people of Pogara District who have suffered this disaster. On behalf of my people, me Dok Biklo Sore True, long this levy will come up. My question, Prime Minister, is this. We live in a country where you got plenty challenge through, especially our geography. Wara blimium, big play this a come up solwara. Country blimium, country where you miss stop finish, you miss have a finish, and you miss stop in Chelos la circle of fire, where you may anticipate him isla. And Mr. Prime Minister, these are unprecedented times, and they will continue to be so. Very challenging days ahead. Question Blomi in the context of time avis have come up, Loimi or district or place or ward LLG. Even time all Alpim lo Arpla donors or partners or government in no come. First months have given belly CM leader time him set up the ground. Time leader karim keke go heavy but leader set up belly service come up. Lo people in a place. Question Blomi Mosem. You mean your leader law here now, you got a couple of seats where you start free. Now you mean not making by-election yet. We hold very unique positions where you mean hold him people, you make them stop long house. Time of city free, those voices cannot be heard on the floor, Mr. Speaker. And in relation to the disaster that happened, we have a vacancy where the seat for Pogara Paela is still still vacant. Now Pogara being a very strategic asset where you make a mine inside, it's the melting point of people from Ella, Enga, even people from Sandown, Augustaplab. Now time leader come up, Navy come up, responsibly Mimi can go, but leader must have passed before government go. Question Blomi was one time, Mr. Prime Minister, truly you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by me put him funding. Lawyer running by-election so that leader must have a place, Nakare Navy place. That vacancy, you may go to Finchafen on Lagostenaplab, all other leaders will not go. My question to Mr. Prime Minister, and I think Minister assisting Prime Minister on Treasury Matters can take note. When we release funding for the by-election of several seats in this House, including for Pogara Paela, so they can have the leader on the floor to raise their concerns. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank you, Member Blong Finchafen, for asking this question on the by-election. There's about 6 seats, if I'm not wrong, that are still vacant. A few of these seats, there's a court case that are running attached to those seats, but we certainly will get by-elections done once we retire Maprik and Sohe. We'll move to the other 2 seats that are currently vacant. The reason why they were a little bit delayed in calling for the by-election, those seats were lost by the death of former members, and out of customary obligations, we had to allow the natural time for recover from a loss to take place. But certainly the Pogara Paela seat and the day seat, if the day seat, if it is totally released of the court case, then they will be in line for by-elections at the very earliest. As I said earlier, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think day seat, Medang seat, the Kaboom seat, vacant seats that currently have some court cases running against them. In the context, by-elections could not be held at the very earliest. But for those who are totally free, once the 2 by-elections that are underway is totally retired, we will move to hold by-elections in the other seats that are vacant. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Central Bougainville.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to direct my question to the Minister for Bougainville Affairs. Before I ask a question, I would like Sarim Belsori on behalf of the Central Bougainville and, of course, the leadership of Bougainville and the people of Bougainville. To the people who sadida long Enga province, especially Oli staff long and I would like Salim and condolence, especially to the family, immediate families who lost their loved ones in this disaster that has come about long end. So, me Salim sorry for me go long end. Okay, back to the question. Me like Minister for Bougainville Affairs, Bougainville issue has been on the discussion, especially between the two governments, Papua New Guinea and Bougainville. Leadership has been on the consultation process until today, this time. And I would like to, the Minister, if possible, if you can update the Parliament, because the Parliament is finally going to put to rest the issue of Bougainville. And so if you can highlight or you can update the members of Parliament where we are up to now, the Bougainville. The issue of Bougainville between the two governments have come this far. Where is it now? Where is the way forward now? And in the issue of that this Parliament or the Minister yourself will be presenting to the Parliament the result of the referendum, 97.7% to approve our Parliament. So when will be the result be presented on the floor of Parliament? Adding on to that, can you update the Parliament members so that they will have the idea where we are and where we are going way forward to address the Bougainville issue? Thank you, Speaker and Member.
The Honourable Member, Minister for Bougainville Affairs.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to thank the good member for Central Bougainville for the very important question asked. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Bougainville issue is a single most important issue that underpins the national sovereignty of our country. The good member for Central Bougainville basically asks for me to update Parliament as to the progress that has taken place over the issues. I will provide a detailed statement to this House to update the Parliament as to the progress made so far. But for the benefit of the honourable member who asked the question, let me briefly give an overview of what actually transpired. Following on from my ministerial statement that was presented last July last year, I think the issue that is before that's facing the country and its Parliament is the procedure or is the manner in which the Bougainville referendum result would be brought into this House to make a final decision for the political settlement for Bougainville. Now, in the last joint supervisory body meeting that was held on the 31st of June last year, the manner was agreed between both governments from autonomous Bougainville government and the national government to go by way of a sessional order. But the issue that both governments had differing opinion was the procedure, the content of the sessional order. I'd like to advise the House that on the 8th of May this year, we convened a joint supervisory body meeting in which we attempted to resolve the outstanding issue. The issue is in regards to the required majority vote this Parliament should take to accept or reject the Bougainville referendum result. No.
Supplementary question.
Honorable member.
Point of order.
Point of order. Honorable member, what's your point of order?
Minister, you know Beckham good this question, yeah? You say the issue of Bougainville is an issue that has not been addressed by this parliament properly. Has not been addressed by this parliament properly. Talk people have been walking a couple of years ago, I think about 2 years ago. And we talk independence for Bougainville, not before 2025 and not later than 2027. You missed out 24 now, yeah? Next year about 25, my good minister, please, Mr. Prime Minister, take note. The question is, 1 year, long 2024, now 2025, that's what this question is.
Honorable member for North Bougainville.
You always tell that. You always said, one per time, giving me chance. Giving me chance. One time.
Honorable member, order.
What's your point?
Honorable member, your point of order, you have a point of order, but honorable member, I would ask you to resume your seat. Honorable member, you have a good point of order, but your point of order is like you are debating the ministerial statement, question answer that has been answered by the minister. If you want to reserve that for a supplementary question, I will allow for you. But with a point of order, I'll rule your point of order out of order. Honorable Minister, you continue your...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to appreciate the good member for North Bougainville for at least attempting to bring a point of order across to assist us in answering good member for Central Bougainville's very important questions asked. And let me point out at this juncture that the Bougainville issue is a very sensitive and very important one. I'd like to remind everyone that in concluding the Bougainville peace process, this House will not take a shortcut. The constitutional process and the laws will have to be properly complied. And the House can make a appropriate final political settlement for Bougainville. And Mr. Speaker, what I was trying to update before I was interrupted was that in the last GSP meeting that was held recently on the 8th of May, the two governments attempted to resolve the outstanding issue, which is regarding the required majority vote to decide on the fate of the Bougainville referendum result. Now, the APG's position is that the Parliament should decide by way of a simple majority vote. Now, the national government's position, after obtaining advice from the State Solicitor through the Office of the Good Minister for Justice, Attorney General, is 2/3 majority. That is the issue. Now, in the last GSB meeting, the GSB resolved that a moderator should be brought in to assist us to resolve that outstanding issue. Now that we have crafted a terms of reference for the moderator to come in to facilitate and assist us to try to resolve the issue, and that has been done by the joint technical team. And once a suitable moderator is being appointed, we'll advise the House. And the moderator will try to mediate over this particular issue. And once the mediator has presided over the issue and a finding has been made, that finding will be brought before the House and advise the House. And to try and advise the House where we go from there. I think with that, I thank the good member for Central Bougainville for asking that important question. Thank you.
We have a supplementary member for North Bougainville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable House. Thank you, Tomas. Sorry, you play back in Mouse Lomi. One place you went to Mr. Minister for Works, thank you for smiling. Thank you, Tomas. Thank you, member of the Central Bougainville. Thank you, Race and Disla too. Asking Blami also, Mr. Speaker. One time through by this Parliament, at least ratifying 97.7 result on 2019. It's now 5 years old, Mr. Speaker. The ratification by the floor of this noble house to ratify the 97.7. One time by you play at least. Put him blessing and tap long him. At least a ratification of the 97.7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for... Honourable Minister, you have a point of order, right? What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, it's the use of the word ratification. Now, bearing black blue is the wrong word to be used. This Parliament will exercise its own discretion. And I think we need to be clear when we are using such words in this floor of Parliament. Parliament will exercise its discretion, plan a vote. You mean not going to talk ratification? You're implying that we are bearing black blue, that's all. Let me wrong. I just want to make that clear.
Honourable members, order. Honourable Minister, I rule your point of order out of order. I'll allow the Minister to respond to that question. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the good member for North Bougainville for raising that important supplementary question. I think the good member's question relates to the timing. It relates to the question of when will the ratification actually take place. I think I have sufficiently briefed the Parliament in my last statement, but for the benefit of the member, in the last consultation that took place in Port Moresby last year, an agreement was reached between the two governments, which is called the Erakone Agreement. In that agreement, the referendum results supposed to be brought in last year for ratification, or in other words, for Parliament to make a decision on the referendum result. Now, the issue was that there is no procedure in the standing orders of this Parliament, as well as the enabling constitutional provision, particularly Section 342 of the Constitution. It doesn't provide the procedure or the process by which that referendum result will be brought in for ratification. Now, we understand the ratification procedure for any treaties, such as the international treaties, are there, but that doesn't apply to a referendum process. And that is why, in the last JSP meeting, we resolved to find a way to bring or establish or have the Parliament adopt an appropriate procedure for that ratification to take place. Before that, the ratification procedure is put in place, the referendum result cannot and will not be brought into this Parliament. And that is what we are working on. I will provide a detailed statement in my next minister's statement, updating on what the manner of the sessional order, which is the procedure that will be brought in Parliament for adoption for the ratification to actually take place in the next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Governor for Morbe, I'll allow for your supplementary.
My supplementary is directed to the Minister for Bougainville Affairs. The good Minister, you have made a presentation on your statement on the issue. You already made the presentation on the status of Bougainville after the referendum. You made a statement before this Parliament. And that statement's debate was defeat. There was no such debate. The members of Parliament are entitled to debate on that statement. You must know this. And I'm going to ask you, can you bring that statement for debate was through this debate you will be helped. Because it seems like question firing from one to the other, answer firing from one, question firing. Let's have the debate. This is the Parliament of the nation. Parliament of the nation of Papua New Guinea. It's not your private matter. Bring the statement and we debate.
The Honorable Minister for Bougainville Affairs, I think the supplementary question asked by the Governor is to question on the motion or your paper that has been tabled in Parliament, and it's in the notice paper. I will take you from there in response to the Governor that the question is on the notice paper, and it will be up to the leader of government business to call for it, and then we can have a debate on that. So, yeah. Honorable Governor, what's your point of order?
It seems to me that the tactic of putting things on the notice paper is so that we can avoid debate rather than have debate. There are already several important issues that are pending, and we can't discuss them, including CONACT, PNG. So it seems to be a tactic, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Governor, I will rule your point of order out of order. I've already made a statement clear on that, and it is up to the leader of government business to bring this matter forward for us to debate on. Your point of order is a matter of importance, but as I've already responded to that question. The Honorable Governor for Enga.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My questions without notice directed to the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, who I believe is the Minister for Immigrations as well. Before I ask my questions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to, on behalf of the Mulitaka people as well as the Enga people, take this opportunity to thank members of this Parliament, Prime Minister and the government, and all the donors, all provincial governments who have sent condolences to our people in Mulitaka, and also pledged and assisted our people in this time of need. It is very important to tell the Parliament that we have now experienced a lot of donors and our bilateral countries coming into the Enga province in an unprecedented manner, and it would be remiss of me not to thank them on the floor of Parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Let me also thank all you leaders. I wasn't in Parliament when you did send your condolences. We accept them and we sincerely appreciate them. Mr. Speaker, my question without notice to the Deputy Prime Minister is in relation to the brain drain we have in this country. We have a lot of our professionals, Papua New Guineans, who are now migrating to other countries, especially Australia. Now, these citizens, these professionals, are choosing to become citizens of Australia or other countries, basically because they want to give their children a better opportunity, especially in terms of education. When we passed the law in relation to dual citizenship, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have actually discriminated against these Papua New Guineans. Even though they are maybe citizens of other countries, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they still have land here. They have relatives here. They are Papua New Guineans.
Now, if they apply to come back to Papua New Guinea or do business in PNG, I think the law should be flexible. We need these investors to come in back into our country. So I want to ask the Deputy Prime Minister, please, I want to ask you if you can look into the dual citizenship, look at the laws and see how we can get these Papua New Guineans to come back and invest here in this country. Or also, we have to give them a special treatment. So they come and go out of this country as Papua New Guineans. So I see that during my visit to Australia, to visit seasonal workers, I went to Perth, where there's over 1,000 Papua New Guineans, professionals, working there. And this is a concern that they brought. So I just want to ask Deputy Prime Minister if you can look at the laws to ensure that our people who are out there can come in to our country with ease. We can make sure that they come and visit their relatives and also invest in this country. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to say thank you to the good governor for Enga. Despite these trying times also, he's from his people at Mulitaka. He is currently attending Parliament and trying to at the same time be at Mulitaka with his people. So my condolences again to him and his people. The good governor has asked a very, very important question, and I would like to assure the good governor that his concerns have been raised by a lot of other people also. And I'd like to quite pleasantly advise him that immigration has already started work on this amendment to legislation. This work has been done, working in cohesion with our first Legislative Council to ensure that we open up and make it easier, accessible, more flexible for Papua New Guinean citizens who are professionals working, studying in Australia that are forced to do, by virtue of the work, get either not only Australia but England and a few other countries. They're forced by either their professional work, have been asked to forego the Papua New Guinean citizenship. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this has been brought to me numerous times by a lot of professionals. In my last visit to Washington, an old classmate of mine from a very, very qualified IT expert, him and his children cried and asked, why are we not allowed back into our country? We came here to work and stuff, and we are not allowed back because we had to forego our citizenship. I assured him that I would be working on it before the end of the year. We'll be bringing it to Parliament so we can allow people who are sports persons residing in other countries can also hold dual citizenship, as long as they have relatives, as long as they are born from this country also. It happens to other jurisdictions, and we are working on doing that too. So I would like to assure our good governor that sports people, pilots, doctors, surgeons, a lot of them have asked for this, and it is only right that we explore this thing and ensure that immigration allows dual citizenship for Papua New Guinean citizens who are born Papua New Guineans but had to forego their citizenship and move to other countries because due to work and sports, etc., etc. So I'd like to inform our good governor that yes, your concerns have been taken note of, and yes, immigration has already started work on it, and yes, we shall be bringing it to Cabinet and to Parliament for Parliament's deliberation on it. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Supplementary. We have a supplementary member for Yalibu Pangia.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Supplementary Blomigo, Deputy Prime Minister, because this particular law or dual citizenship may also come up time with less government. Now, my understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no law in that amendments that we have made that suggests that Papua New Guineans lose their citizenship when they become a dual citizen in the other country, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, why that is that when you are born in this country, it is your birthright.
You're right.
That gives you this citizenship of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, supplementary blocking law, Deputy Prime Minister also, please, bear in good, when I'm section law, it talks and or citizen who are born law Papua New Guinea, who are now dual citizen for another country cannot continue to maintain their citizenship in their own country. This allows them, clear to us from the law is that. That's what we believe also. Some of the line inside of migration, what was said in the Slatine law or yet. So suppose you have some law is not, please, Deputy Prime Minister, explain in good the country must have where and is stopping where birthright law, citizens law, you only using time will come up uses. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, the good Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you, the good member for Yalabu Pangia, for raising this very important question. The Citizenship Act that has allowed our people to forgo their citizenship, even despite being born in our country, has allowed them to forgo their citizenship, and they have obtained citizenship in other countries. These people ended up leaving the Papua New Guinea passports. But immigration has seen this through my office, that it is not becoming of citizens that they should forgo their citizenship in this country. They have every right to be citizens of this country as dual citizens, being born here. So that is why and what we're trying to rectify, getting to that question of yours, what we're trying to rectify to ensure that our citizens who work overseas, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are able to regain their citizenship, which should not have been lost in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Karamui Nomani.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I guess this is a supplementary question to the one asked earlier by the good member for Goroka, but I'll ask this as a new question. The question pertains to the type of aeroplanes that could or could not land at the Goroka airport. And I believe the same applies to a lot of the aerodromes around the country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a lot of people rely on air transport as a mode of travel in this country.
Honourable Member, your question is directed to Minister for...
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my question is directed to the good Minister for Civil Aviation.
Civil Aviation, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a lot of people rely on air transport as a main mode of travel in this country, there is a greater need for the National Airports Corporation as the regulator of the aerodromes in Papua New Guinea to ensure that not just Goroka, but all the aerodromes in this country is brought up to standard, acceptable standard, required by or set by the International Civil Aviation Organization, of which Papua New Guinea is a member. In answer to the last question posed by the member for Goroka, the good minister was quoted answering that there are certain requirements that need to be attended to, technical requirements that need to be attended to by the National Airports Corporation to bring Goroka Airport up to standard so that certain airplanes could or could not land at the airport. And I believe the same applies to a lot of the aerodromes in this country. So my good, I have only two questions. One, perhaps for the benefit of the traveling public and for our people, could the minister specify to this House and to the people of this country what are those specific requirements that the NAC needs to comply to allow certain airplanes that the good member for Goroka asked? And secondly, when can these requirements, if indeed these are the requirements that did not allow those airplanes to land at the Goroka Airport could be attended to enable the type of airplanes that could land at the Goroka Airport. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for his series of questions. In response, I would like to add to my earlier reply and maybe reiterate some of the explanation I gave earlier. In relation to Goroka Airport, the asphalt or the tarmac thickness is not at the required size or thickness to take on heavier aircraft. That needs to be upgraded, number one. Two, we need to look at the length of the runway and make sure that the length of the runway is adequate enough for that size of plane to actually land. So as New Guinea is trying to refleet and trying to get bigger economical aircraft for its own, operations, we now around the country have to try and upgrade some of the airports that are lagging behind in terms of those requirements for the airports or the air runways. National Airport Corporation understands this very clearly. Because of the financial constraints that we're experiencing right now from the legacy issues that we've had previously with mismanagement. It is a cost factor that we need to build in to make sure that we can meet the cost for engineers to get down on the ground to make sure a full survey is done. I'm encouraged to share with you, but it's at a very preliminary stage at the moment. Nothing is confirmed yet. But the High Commissioner for Australia has indicated some interest into engage with National Airport Corporation to identify some of those airports that need immediate upgrades. Okay, so we're going to explore that to make sure that there is adequate funding to get those upgrades up and running as quickly as possible. As I said, funding is a big issue for us to try and get adequate support for those upgrades. Excuse me. There's also on foot right now an instruction from myself, which is supported by the Asian Development Bank, for National Airport Corporation to do an extensive master plan update on all 22 airports. This will then give us a better understanding on which airport is lagging behind in terms of focus and the required upgrades. So this is going to take some time before we get there. We're hoping that, we can get everything done in a timely manner. But like I said, with the constraints of funding, it makes it a bit more challenging for us to achieve. But we will eventually get there as we are trying to work on trying to identify what needs to be funded and how much is required to fund those upgrades. So I would like to reassure our good member and the people of Eastern Highlands here that we're doing all our best at National Airport Corporation to make sure that we get the airports that are required upgraded accordingly, so the refleeting of New Guinea coming through won't cause any difficulty in terms of servicing those airports. Thank you.
Honourable Opposition Leader, our question time have left, so I would not allow for a supplementary question. Honourable members, I wish to inform the Parliament that a group of humanities students from Port Moresby National School of Excellence are present in the Parliament gallery. On behalf of the Parliament, I extend to the visitors a warm welcome to Parliament. Honourable members, patient to statue, I present the report by the judge on the work of the National Judiciary System 2022. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Parliament take note of the paper and the debate be adjourned and made an order of the day for subsequent seating.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, pursuant to statute, I present the annual report on the Public Service Commission 2021. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of the paper and debate be adjourned and made an order of the day of a subsequent seating.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. Minister for Environment and Conservation. Honourable Member for Abao, what's your point of order?
Speaker, on Thursday you made an undertaking that when the Parliament recesses, the Parliament will debate the Prime Minister's 5-year development paper. Will you allow that paper to be debated today?
Honourable Member for Abao, respond to your point of order. I remember I had made a statement that we will debate this, and the statement I made was not appointing a time and date like today we will be sitting on that. It is the matter of the Leader of Government Business. We'll have to bring that onto the notice, which I will allow for. Today I'm following the notice of what is program of the notice of today. The Honourable Minister for Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, in pursuant to Statute 2, I present the treaty document relating to the verification of the Kigali Amendment 2016 to the Montreal Protocol on substance that deplete the ozone layer. Mr. Speaker, I ask the leave of Parliament to make a statement in connection with the treaty.
Is the leave granted? Leave granted. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Papua New Guinea has been a party to the Montreal Protocol Treaty for the phase-out of substances that deplete the ozone layer since 1993. The Montreal Protocol is one of the most successful environmental treaties to date, where actions under the protocol to phase out the production and use of chemicals that cause the ozone depletion has contributed to the healing of the ozone layer, where the ozone hole that was once a threat to humanity has been able to heal. The Conservation and Environment Protection Authority, CEPA, is the mandated agency responsible for the implementation of the Montreal Protocol, established in response to the Vienna Convention for the Preservation of the Ozone Layer. Papua New Guinea, in accordance with its international law obligations, under the Montreal Protocol and through SEPA has been successfully implementing its ozone depleting substances phase-out, scheduled through an import reduction plan that targets a total import ban in 2025. The Montreal Protocol is distinguished by its universal membership and decisive measures. The Kigali Amendment 2016 to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, HFC, is projected to mitigate global warming by 0.5 degrees Celsius within 20 years of progressive implementation. Mr. Speaker, over the 30 years as party member to this important treaty, PNG has been able to accede to several amendments to the protocol, which include the London Amendment in 1993, Copenhagen Amendment in 2003, and the Beijing and Montreal Amendments in 2013. This has allowed PNG to be able to transition smoothly away from the targeted environmentally harmful substances. The Kigali Amendment of the Montreal Protocol 6 an orderly phase down of hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, over the next 20 years, replacing them with environmentally safe alternatives. HFCs have been resorted to as an alternative replacement for ozone-depleting substances. CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, and HCFC, hydrochlorofluorocarbons. The Kigali Amendment targets this group of substances because they are very significant greenhouse gases. Main source of HFCs are refrigeration and air conditioning equipment, where HFCs are used as refrigerants or coolants. These applications can be found almost everywhere. The increased use of cooling appliances is contributing to the increase in greenhouse gas emissions, not just from direct emissions of the refrigerants, but also from the indirect emissions from fossil fuel burning required to produce electricity to power cooling appliances. A recent report by UN Environment has indicated that 10% of the global electricity consumed is for cooling. Implementation of the Kigali Amendment will influence a transition into more environmentally safe refrigerants that have zero to negligible global warming potentials and require less energy to operate. Mr. Speaker, in saying this, PNG accession to the Kigali Amendment of the Montreal Protocol aligns explicitly with PNG's Vision 2050 goal for carbon neutrality, PNG Development Strategic Plan 2010 to 2030 under its climate change goal, and the National Energy Policy 2017 to 2027 energy efficiency and conservation sector. In discharge of the PNG's international law obligations under the Montreal Protocol for an 80% reduction in the consumption of HFCs by 2045, and in discharge of its mandate from the NEC Decision 325/2014. SEPA has circulated the proposed ratification of the Kigali Amendment widely and has been discussed in numerous stakeholders' consultations. The proposed accession is widely supported by a local industry working group as part of the consultative process. Mr. Speaker, failure to accede will lead to Papua New Guinea not being able to import this group of refrigerants abruptly, which would have severe negative economic impacts to breakdown of refrigeration and cooling systems. Cooling and maintaining an effective cold chain of storage and transportation is a cross-cutting matter and is critical to the country's economy. The fisheries, fresh agriculture, and food manufacturing, tourism, as well as healthcare sectors all rely heavily on cooling during these times of extreme heat. Cooling, as we know, is required to maintain quality and increase shelf life of products, which will in turn maximize productivity in those sectors. Not having access to cooling will have a negative effect on PNG's medium-term development plan 4, which speaks of growing our economy through maximizing potential of our natural resources, and more particularly downstream fisheries production. PNG's ratification to the Kigali Amendment will display to the international community our commitment to take measures necessary to address climate change as a country known to be high risk of associated impacts. Mr. Speaker, a total of 71 parties ratified to the Kigali Amendment, enabling its entry into force on the 1st of January 2019. As of 11th of January 2024,
A total of 156 parties have acceded to the Kigali Amendment. This includes all other countries within the Pacific Island regions, Papua New Guinea being the only country within the region that is yet to ratify. Accession to the Kigali Amendment will provide opportunities for the national government through its lead agency, the Conservation and Environment Protection Authority, or SEPA, to engage with international partners to administer and coordinate specific enabling activities for PNG to be able to transition away from the use of environmentally harmful substances and equipment without disrupting the local market and industry. The work within SEPA has been consistently facilitated by donors under the multilateral funds and administered in the country through GIS Proclima as the implementing partner agency. This is an ongoing process delivering institutional stability, conformity with the international obligations, standards, and ensuring stability through the establishment of domestic regulations. All this guide PNG industry and ensure PNG's compliance with provisions in the international agreement with the aim of combating ozone depletion and climate change through the reduction of emissions. Mr. Speaker, I would therefore appreciate the support of the honourable members of this House for this important treaty. I recommend PNG accession to Kigali Amendment of the Montreal Protocol to this House, to this Honourable House, and also request the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Trade to facilitate the deposit of the instrument of the accession in due course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the motion, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Make a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that in accordance with the section 117, subsection 5, paragraph A of the Constitution, this Parliament waives section 117, subsection 3 of the Constitution, which requires treaty documents to be presented to the Parliament for at least 10 sitting days before Papua New Guinea can be bound as a partner, as a party, insofar as this provision applies to ratification of the Kigali Amendment 2016 to the Montreal Protocol on substance that deplete the ozone layer.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The motion must be supported by an absolute majority of 60 members. Would those in favour of the motion please stand? Honourable members, the absolute majority of the House have agreed to the treaty. The motion has been agreed to. Thank you. Honourable Minister, what's your point of order?
This type of votes must be recorded. And who are the people voting for?
Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, you resume your seat. I'll make response to your. The motion is to be supported by an absolute majority, which doesn't say to vote. And the majority of the House have shown that support, and the answer will so clear that the minutes of the proceeding will show that the whole House have supported the motion. The Attorney General. Sorry, Minister. Apology. Correction. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is the leave granted? Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent notice number 95, 96 and 97, government business, being called on forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Notice number 95, Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I present the organic law on a certain constitutional office holders amendment bill or Act 2024.
Clerk.
Next reading. A proposed law to alter the organic law on certain constitutional office holders and for related purposes.
In accordance with Standing Order 222 AA and the practice of Parliament, the proposed law now stands referred to the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Law and Act Subordinate Legislation. Clerk.
Notice number 96, Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Clerk.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I present the organic law on national and local level government elections amendment law 2024.
Clerk.
First reading. A proposed law to alter the organic law on national and local level government elections and for related purposes.
In accordance with Standing Order 222 AA and the practice of Parliament, the proposed law now stands referred to the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Law and Act and Subordinate Legislation. Clerk.
Notice number 97, Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the organic law on integrity of political parties and candidates, Amendment Law 2024.
Clerk.
First reading, a proposed law to alter the organic law on the integrity of political parties and candidates and for related purposes.
In accordance with Standing Order Section 222AA and the practice of Parliament, the proposed law now stands referred to the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Law and Acts on Subordinate Legislation. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move a motion without notice.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable members, is leave granted? Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, I move that so much of the standing order of the day be suspended as would allow Parliament to bring debate on Notice 44 to be brought forthwith to discuss on Bougainville.
Honourable members, the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The Honourable Member for Abao.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Leader of Government Business and Government for bringing this agenda for Parliament to consider and to debate. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the issue at hand right now is the people of Bougainville, through the constitutional provision, were given the opportunity to consider two options. And those two options went through a highly consultative process. And therefore, the two questions that emerged for the people of Bougainville to consider through the referendum process were independence or greater autonomy. As we know today, 97.7% of our people from Bougainville voted in favor of the option for independence. It is my understanding that when the Bougainville Peace Agreement was signed on the 30th of August 2001, it was very, very clear that, and our understanding today, and there has been publicly professed different opinions on what I understand as what the Bougainville Peace Agreement referred to with regards to the referendum vote status. And I want to echo the position, my position, and I believe some of the legal brains here, is that the referendum vote was non-binding. Because when I was appointed as Minister for Bougainville Affairs, I had the pleasure of going around with my counterpart from Bougainville, going around the island of Bougainville to advise the people that the vote for the referendum vote was non-binding. I'm hearing in the debates between us and the Autonomous Region of Bougainville leadership that that is not true. So I want to affirm that as far as we should be concerned, the referendum vote was non-binding. That's the first point I want to make. The 2001 agreement also affirmed that the only authority, the recognized authority to make the final decision under that agreement was that the National Parliament had the final authority. The word referendum, which Honourable Richard Maru referred to, the ratification, the word ratification that Honourable Richard Maru referred to, is actually stated in the Bougainville Peace Agreement, that the result of the referendum must be ratified by the National Parliament the only recognized authority to make the final decision. And therefore, our understanding being that the referendum result was non-binding. When the Morata government, after signing the peace agreement on the 30th of August 2001, came to amend the constitution, they actually slotted in the amendments, they did not bring in the word ratification, but they replaced it with the word consultation. And so, the law provides for consultation on the referendum result. Now, my debate is that I believe that we have completely malaligned and mismanaged the consultation process. And that is, we have only engaged the two governments through the JSB process. We have not engaged the greater community, because there was a thinking at that time when I was Minister for Bougainville Affairs, and I brought a cabinet submission to establish negotiating teams on both sides, guided by a highly technical team because of the global and regional experiences. And those committees would include citizens of high status on both sides, women on both sides, students on both sides, so that they will sit down and negotiate. Mipla vote lo independence ya, mipla national government, mipla no like ya. So that is the consultation spirit. So what is the solution? In the process, Honorable Deputy Speaker, there are regional and global experiences where this issue can be properly consulted over. And my understanding is the Constitution provided for consultation has two main features. One is, unlike the referendum which had a timeline, consultation in the constitutional amendment did not prescribe a timeline. It left it open. And my understanding is it meant it that way because we needed to agree in the consultation process what we will bring to the Honorable House for ratification. But the argument that our leaders from Bougainville are arguing was that no, you have to bring the result raw and for Parliament to ratify it. So that's the one area that we really need to, and unfortunately, it has taken the current government 5 years to process the consultation process. On the issue of what is the process that the Parliament needs to go through to bring the result on the floor, and Minister for Bougainville Affairs has been having difficulty with his counterpart on whether a sessional order would be the vehicle under which Parliament will first manage the referendum result on the floor of the Honourable House. And now, Minister for Bougainville Affairs has told us that they are now bringing in a moderator. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I don't believe that a moderator for this particular legal provision on what is sessional order is required. My strong position is a moderator should be engaged in that consultation process on what kind of political future. People are like him independence, yeah? So how do we manage that wish of the Bougainville people, 97.7%? By me what, cut him umbilical cord altogether? We know we can't do that. Some of us, me, I'm speaking, yeah. Married to a Bougainvillean, I'm a Bougainvillean under the Constitution. Many of us are. And so how do you manage it? People are like him independence alone vote here. Are you going to cut us off altogether? No, gotcha. That's not the way nations operate. So in the consultation process, we have to bring in the factor of one kind of relationship. Political independence, people are like him, yeah? So economic independence, we know you are not ready, yeah? I think those are the issues that should have been managed in the consultation process. So if you're confusing each other, the two ministers are fighting about the legal interpretation of a sessional order, whether it's simple majority or absolute majority. It reminds me of when we were debating the RDG formula, the Restoration Development Grant formula. It took us 20 years to understand. And eventually we brought in the United Nations and we accepted the United Nations. And so, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think the government has messed this up. You've messed this up. Prime Minister assured the nation and the people of Bougainville that his government, according to his government, the Bougainville political future was his government's #1 priority. I am not seeing it as its #1 priority. We made a commitment and we are not complying with the commitments. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister and the JSB, our government and the Bougainville government agreed. By last year, they should 2023, it should have come to the floor of Parliament. They just admitted that they didn't. So this kind mistrust here and become here. And so I want to argue that there is an impasse. I know that the national government doesn't agree that there is an impasse, but I can see an impasse, and we are now arguing on the floor of Parliament. The member for North Bougainville raised an issue. Bougainville Minister for Bougainville Affairs didn't answer it properly. And we are now moving into the commitment period where the Parliament must make a provision. My third point is, and our legal eagles will hopefully stand up and also talk, and this is where I keep on referring to, we did not structure the consultation process well. We had two governments who are politicians to argue and debate. But we need a greater populace of the two sides to sit down and talk. Melanesian spirit. In Mikaikai, in the boy, and the talk, we agree at the end of the day, okay, we haven't agreed, let's process the next time. So it's a JSB. We are now fighting, I see a paper war between the two. Minister makes a public statement and his opposition makes a public statement. We are doing a paper war. That's not the way to address this very important national issue. The third point I want to raise is, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is the lack of provision for independence for any part of the country in our constitution, our organic laws, or any enabling laws. And so my view is, unless we amend the constitution to allow for an independence for Bougainville, no other parts of the country for independence except Bougainville, then my position is the Parliament has no ability to ratify the referendum result, because we have no power, because our constitution does not give any power to Parliament to debate that issue of independence. And so we are like many policies of the current government. It's a cart before the horse thing. So, Deputy Speaker, I urge the Prime Minister and his Minister for Bougainville Affairs to try and get these things in a planned, structured, managed order. I want to sit down by saying this. This 11th Parliament is the one that the national government has committed to ratify the referendum result. But over the last now 2.5 years and 5 years now, under the leadership of the current government, rest of the members of Parliament who will vote have not had the opportunity to be fully engaged except today's vote. The partners like the United Nations are ready to bring in, for example.
Honourable Member, we have a point of order, Prime Minister.
Just a little reminder, today is not a vote, today is a statement. We're making statement in part of the process. The senior member of Parliament must not confuse this House. The Parliament was given an opportunity to be heard on the entire process by the minister's statement. That is why he has the moment to speak on the floor. And lest he forget, he was the former minister of Bougainville under my government. So I just want to state him, allow him to make statement, but be factual, please. He's not a vote today. He's got to correct himself.
Honorable Prime Minister, honorable member for about...
Yeah, wait, this is not the vote. Prime Minister did not hear me. What I was saying was that the leaders who are going to vote have not been well versed with the issues yet. There's no briefing paper to open members. We haven't been engaged in committees to address the issue of Bougainville. You have not established the bipartisan Bougainville committee. And so that's the process that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about we're going to vote today. Of all of you, I'm the one who understands the issue better. We're not going to vote today. We're not going to vote today. You have not processed the consultation process. That's my strong view. And therefore, there is lack of appreciation of the issues. And so what we'll do when we agree to the date that the referendum vote will be voted upon, how are we going to handle it? Are we going to do like what we do? We use the executive numerical strength to bulldoze the referendum result? No, God, yeah, let us stop doing that nonsense. Like the constitutional laws that you are trying to push through because you've got a numerical strength. Be sensible about this. It is very, very important. And so my recommendation, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is restructure and relook at the consultation process that was prescribed by the Constitution. That has been the problem that I see. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Governor from Morobe.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Lord, give me permission to talk. Lord, this is a very important issue to decide whether we should support the Bougainvilleans to sever themselves from the Papua New Guinea or not. And I want to thank the Minister for Bougainville Affairs who gave the statement last year, but that statement the debate on that statement was deferred. And the question continued to being fired in relation to the government's stand on Bougainville after the referendum. And I asked this morning for the debate to be brought forward. And I want to thank the leader of the government business to bring the debate forward and gives the opportunity to members of parliament to debate on this issue. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's very important that we debate on the issue. Of course, the vote will come later. Final vote or whatever that might be will come later. But debate on the issue must begin. The Minister has begun by providing the statement, and the honourable members of Parliament must debate. This is the Parliament of this country. Parliament of the Bougainville people, Parliament of the Morobe people, and Parliament of the Timbus, Parliament of everyone in this country. Any issue affecting any parts of the country, any member of Parliament through this Parliament has every right to debate. So, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I want to debate on this point, this matter. The circumstances which led to the Bougainville Peace Agreement in 2001, eventually that treaty between Papua New Guinea government and the Bougainville leaders was required to be transplanted into the Papua New Guinea Constitution. And Part 14 of the Constitution of this country spells out Bougainville government, spells out referendum, spells out how many people, what's the options there, options for greater autonomy and options for independence. And that section also provides that after the referendum, the consultation will take place between the Bougainville government and between the Papua New Guinea government, and the result of that consultation, whatever that might be, will be tabled in Parliament by the Minister for Bougainville Affairs. pursuant to Section 342 of that constitutional, Part 14 of the Constitution. Now, before I come to those arguments, I want to tell this Parliament, as per the Minister's report, I read it, the circumstances which led to the peace agreement and eventually the Constitution amendment under Part 14 is that the war in Bougainville. Francis Honor and his people formed a Bougainville Revolutionary Army to fight the security forces of this country. They fought, and their main objective is to gain independence for Bougainville. They fought. Francis Honor, with due respect, is not here, but he will testify this. As I read from the report, they fought for independence. Nobody can claim that they won the war. No Papua New Guinea government can say that you won the war. Nor can the Bougainville say that you won the war. The war was continuing, and the mercy of the New Zealand government came in. And they asked for peace, meeting on peace in Lincoln, in New Zealand, state of Lincoln. And everybody agreed to surrender, not surrender, withdraw fighting and come to the table in Lincoln to negotiate. And in Lincoln, both Papua New Guinea leaders and Bougainville leaders have agreed to reduce whatever agreement to writing and have it signed. That's how Bougainville Peace Agreement came into being in 2001. When the agreement came in there, if you read the text of the agreement, among other things, they agreed that they should surrender all arms. Surrender arms. Allow the United Nations to come in and supervise, if anything. Supervise. They agreed that Papua New Guinea government should set up the autonomous government for Bougainville. They agreed that referendum should, that in that government, there should, Bougainville government, if it is installed, should demonstrate that they meet the international standard of good governance. That's what's said in the agreement. And in the agreement, Mr. Speaker, he said that there shall be a referendum conducted. It shall be conducted. And that referendum, in the referendum, there should be questions being asked. And that question, Bougainville people, leaders there, demanded that there should be an option for independence. And the agreement, in the agreement, there was an option for independence. And there was an option for greater autonomy to be put in that agreement. And there should be referendum, and the referendum should be fair and free, supervised by the United Nations. That's what they agreed. And Mr. Speaker, the agreement must be tabled in Parliament under clause 311 of the agreement. Must be tabled in Parliament, must be rectified, these are the words, must be ratified by the Parliament. That's what they said in the agreement. And then after the referendum, it said in the agreement that referendum, the results of there must be a referendum conducted, and the result of that referendum, that two parties, the Papua New Guinea government and the Bougainville government, will discuss on the results of that referendum. It said in that agreement. And then after the discussion, that that whatever the results of the referendum must be tabled in the parliament of this country. This is the parliament. This is the parliament now, yeah? Stop. Now you want to talk. Stop. Must be tabled in parliament. And in parliament and must be ratified. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is going on, but the agreement said that that agreement must be built into the constitutional law of this country. That's what the agreement said. And I can say that having read the peace treaty, Bougainville peace agreement, having read the constitutional amendment which tried to accommodate that agreement, there's one matter, very important matter. Whoever the draftsman made a terrible mistake. That draftman, I don't know who, Papua New Guineans or outsider, who did it. Because the intention of the agreement by both parties is there must be a ratification by this parliament. But Section 342 did not say those words. Section 342, subsection 2 says that after the presentation by the Minister of Bougainville Affairs, Parliament will make any decision, it said, any decision. It didn't say rectification, pursuant to the agreement they signed, any decision. This running away from the agreements that they have signed, Papua New Guinea government and Bougainville government have signed. That is the one that is giving problems now. Because some fellows can read and say that it doesn't specifically say ratification. It just says any decision. Mr. Speaker, that's it. But I think what we need is a constitutional court opinion, in my humble view. Because it's like the amendment to the Constitution. You're proposing amendment to the Constitution, you must go back to the CPC report to give you what was the thinking of Papua New Guinea through the CPC report, to guide the interpretation, any section of the Constitution. And in this case, the peace agreement was the agreement which the parties agreed to be built into the Constitution, and they said in clause 311, ratification. They didn't say any decision. They didn't say any decision. Ratification. And therefore, it must go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court must give an interpretation. That's that ratification. Any decision, it says in section 342, subsection 2, means ratification exclusively, or it opens up for any other interpretation. If you apply the constitutional law, that I say that it must mean a ratification. If it says a ratification, what's the meaning of ratification by Oxford Dictionary? Is the acting speaker, Deputy Speaker? Ratification means approval by Oxford Dictionary, or endorsement by the authority above. So if the Constitutional Court rules that is a ratification, then you interpret the meaning of ratification by the Oxford Dictionary, then it must mean approval. It must mean approval. Doesn't mean you come around here and talk about the sessional vote or what kind of vote or when is the kind of vote we want to talk here. You must get a guidance from the documents which gave rise to the constitutional amendment, which is the peace agreement. So I think that it must mean, in my humble view, it must mean ratification, which means, it says any decision, but it means ratification, and ratification meaning by the Oxford Dictionary, because it's a top role English manner. You know, belong Kairuku. You know, belong Orokaiwa. And top role English here. And if you read the Oxford Dictionary, it tells you approval. Ratification means approval. So this Parliament must approve it. And Mr. Prime Minister
Honorable Governor.
and the Minister.
Honorable Governor Fumorobe, we have a point of order.
My point of order is Oxford Dictionary doesn't say approval. Rectification means putting something correctly, do it correctly. Thank you.
I totally disagree with you.
Honorable Governor.
So, Mr. Speaker, it needs to take place. And Mr. Prime Minister, what we need to do is to get the Supreme Court to give us the opinion. Supreme Court to give a constitutional court to give us an opinion. Does any decision means any decision, or if you go by the treaty means ratification? And we need the Supreme Court to give us an opinion on that. And then we know exactly whether it is any decision or it means ratification. Mr. Speaker, I want to say very clear to this Parliament, supporting the Bougainvilleans, UN Treaty 2007, rights of the indigenous people of the world. UN General Assembly had made declaration for the rights of the indigenous people in the world. Rights to the property, cultural rights, whatever rights, including rights to self-determination. And we are a member of the United Nations, Mr. Speaker. We are. And our representative was there. The record shows that our representative voted for that UN declaration for the rights of indigenous people in this world. We did not abstain. Countries like Indonesia and others, they abstained. But our representative in the United Nations voted for the declaration. This Parliament has not ratified it yet, for whatever reason. In my view, this country, this Parliament must ratify it so that we can support the Kanaks, the Melanesian Kanaks, to gain independence. This Parliament must support it so that we must set the West Indian people to gain independence, because their rights emanate from the UN Declaration in 2007. Why this government has not brought this declaration by the United Nations to this Parliament? Foreign Minister, I humbly request you to bring the treaty declaration, UN declaration, to this Parliament, and this Parliament must rectify. So that gives us the power to support the Kanaks to gain independence. Give us the power to support the West Syrian to gain independence. We must support them. We are the members of the United Nations. And we cannot just hide and seek like that for too long. Time have you come to this country? You mean by the United Nations of Simelpime? You bureau one time United Nations declaration, no conventions, no whatever. You must challenge. Hey, time tsunami come na kiri mama 3,000 people on Itapia. United Nations been come in here. Because you remember the United Nations. You come in. So we let's say, Bougainville, they have that right under the UN Declaration. They have a right. Over the Bandri now, yeah, and white man Bandri. Bandri, Papua New Guinea Bandri, New Britain Bandri, New Ireland Bandri. Over this rain of Bandri, believe me, and Bandri belong outside man. Only Salo custom, believe me. Only Salo passing, believe me. Only put him just like Bandri long ground, believe me. Now is the time when the circumstances changes, when there is circumstances which warrant the change of the boundary, we must do it. We must do it. There's no right. We were here before the foreigners came here. We were here before the foreigners came here. Nobody can come and tell me that, you say walking on the slab, yeah, you're also walking on the slab. Nobody's got the power, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Or can they blame you walking garden, all by slab, yeah, Mr. Speaker. So Bougainville, they're fighting for independence. They fought. They saw it by 97.7% 7%. You're going to change that? You're going to change the minds of Bougainville? Bougainville would show it. We all agree for referendum. Both parties have agreed for referendum. And to decide, to find out how many percent support the independence call, how many percent support the greater autonomy. And the 97% of the 97.7%, which is almost 100%, they voted for independence. And my view, Prime Minister, we must give them independence. And build the army, Mr. Parliament. We build the army. Anybody wants to break away, we fight them, put them proper. How many people you mean come up, how many people Australia finish? Police believe you come up, police from Australia finish. CIS become covered, CIS from Australia finish. Why you see independent on 16 September and now you come up colony again? Hey. Peter Ilaw kan lo tok tor bata kan blo ami pa igo beg na mi tokimen. You kalab lo boat na igo Brisbane and no one come back. And country for me mix independent on 16 September you? Hey, lolo mane you got bunara biro by kirimi and you allow simpuna na you. I told Peter Ilaw, commander of the army, and he never responded. Mr. Speaker, we must build the formidable defense in this country. We give the Bougainville's independent, we build a army. We don't with them like break away and make him long and fight him past them, power long gun, Papua New Guinea past them. That's what we have to do. Let's not make our army pretty weak. Let's not make our police pretty weak. We sleep on this thing that now Bougainville fight out, all like you go on and now you make him, 20,000 man there, 1,100 man die me to talk, 20,000. You think all Bougainville by give up like doctor? Build the army. Let them go and build the army. Build the police. Honorable PD Patas will complain on police here. Everybody will support him here. Building more police. You said man you get long and you vaccine time yeah. Chublo gun vaccine. Mr. Speaker. So thank you, Minister. I want you to act seriously on this issue. Go by the Constitution. Don't try to come out. Sectional vote, no one. The peace agreement never talked about sectional vote, and the constitutional amendment part 40 never talked about sectional vote.
Honorable Governor, your 20 minutes have lapsed.
So which means we go by simple vote, if we have to. But I think we get a Supreme Court.
Your 20 minutes have lapsed. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ijibitari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think while you argue definition of ratification, consultation, all these things, the animosity on the ground is developing. And I don't want to be responsible. I don't want to be in this parliament, in a parliament where we never made a decision for our people in Bougainville. I'll have to be honest. I want to put on record, I got a call 2 days ago from one of my brothers there, and he said, my brother member, I am afraid I'm not feeling too well. I'm trying to get my family out of this place. Because your government are delaying it. And people are beginning to get frustrated. And the more we delay in this house, we're going to make our people on the ground hate us, and they'll begin to develop animosity, and it will come to a point where we cannot control it anymore. While we in here talk about the definition of this word and the right approach and all this, and while we argue about these things, let's face the reality. The people on the ground are confronted, our leaders on the ground over there in Bougainville are confronted by the different factions over there on this island. And let's stop sitting down here and wasting our time talking about definitions of words in this place. We're dealing about people's lives. And I think decisions must be done. And they have to be done ASAP. If we have to vote, bring it here and we vote. Bring it here, I'm ready to vote. Let's stop beating around the bush. It is their right. And if the overwhelming majority decided what is best for them. Who are we to hold them? Who are we? That's why I think this nonsense has to stop. Let's not continue to argue about what is the right definition of ratification, checking all the English dictionaries, trying to understand this, talking about court orders, the court to interpret these things. While it is building up, gentlemen and ladies in this house, honorable members. No can kirap no good. Why you talk about definition stuff? But problem stuck again. So let's take this thing seriously. And let's make a decision. We have been sent into this house to make decision. Bring it and let's make a decision. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Governor of Southern Highlands.
I'm not qualified to make statements in terms of Bougainville and the future process, but here like appeal give me leaders from Parliament that Bougainville, the future of Bougainville and the debate on Bougainville is a very important matter of national importance. I think we need to be very objective, not subjected to any other views, because it is us, this generation of leaders, that can either disintegrate or build the future of this country. So it's not something where you can walk in sensational, easy, yeah. It's the matter of importance for this country. So having said that, me like just contribute shortly. I want to start with this question in the referendum. You asked the referendum question, Bougainville shall be independent. Second question, Bougainville shall have greater autonomy. When those answers to these two questions were not qualified in law. What do you mean by independence when the Constitution does not provide for any part of this country to disintegrate? You provide the law. Constitution does not provide any answer for one part of the country to disintegrate or break away. Yet you went and administered Bougainville that you shall be given independence. Okay, Sepuka and some of you senior fathers of the country are here. You know this very well. You played a part in one way as Minister of the State, and you administered and you played a very important part in this process. This is not an overnight thing, but it's a very important process. So that's my view, the way I pick it up. You can correct me on this. Why did you go and administer, say, independence when the Constitution did not provide the answer for this? Secondly, you went and administered a question, greater autonomy. So what do you qualify by greater autonomy? You see? This is where the case is. You went and gave hope in a referendum question that did not have the answer in law. And you're pushing this national government and ABG running around all over the place with various constitutional provisions and laws and all that you are talking about, because fundamentally two important questions you administered gave hope to Bougainville is not found in law. That's why you pioneered the Kamlo Parliament, yeah? You went and gave hope to something you did not provide. This is not Prime Minister James Marvel's private business. This is not opposition leaders' private business. You have a fundamental issue at hand. In your eyes, in the presence of yourself, you will either disintegrate this country or you will build a unity. So this blame, Mickey Mouse question blonde, shoot him government or shoot him opposition. You leader here. Talking something straight. You're talking about the hope of the future of this country. So, me like contribute also, man. I think the process here is national government, one time ABG, through law JSP process here. You go and do a proper consultation, meaningful consultation, like what Sepuka is saying. You know, you blow honorable members of Parliament of Bougainville, my sister. If you are just assuming that Parliament by just ratify nothing, you claim independence. I don't think that is the view of members of Parliament. Either you may allowing people long working display consultation so that they can be aware of what is happening. They need to play a part. If someone assuming they're playing part, and in the event, why I said there needs to be proper consultation. In the event, hypothetically, it may not happen, but let me tell you this. In the event this referendum is brought to Parliament as it is, and if Parliament rejects the ratification process, what is the solution? You are assuming, from the way I see it, the former Attorney General from Bougainville, everything was in Parliament by just working ratification, nothing. Hey, it's not an easy process. You need, in the event, I'm just hypothetical, in the event Parliament rejects it, what's the hope for Bougainville? What is the hope for Bougainville? I think that is where the importance of consultation comes in. We will not Mickey Mouse on this matter of national importance. ABG must take their responsibility. National government must take their responsibility. If this thing comes to a dead end, where is the hope for our people of Bougainville and PNG? That is where the matter is. In my view, the way I'm seeing it. So I think ABG, national government, you blow leaders too, don't become too emotional on this thing. This is the future of the country you're talking about. This is not a Mickey Mouse. This is not a shortcut thing. I am asking the national government under this leadership, I am asking the president to provide meaningful consultation and what is the best outcome of this. Must be a win-win. I think that's my contribution. That's the way I'm seeing it. I may not be qualified in this, but you must provide a peaceful solution for the people of this country and give confidence. I don't want leaders to become emotional about the matter of national importance. This is a very important matter that can break or unite this country. And our people are watching. No Mickey Mouse on this thing. This is a matter of national importance. Deal with it properly. Take responsibility. Thank you.
The Honourable Governor for ECP.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. First of all, let me thank the Leader of Government Business and the government for bringing this very important national issue for us to debate. And let me also acknowledge the speakers that have gone before, many good points. But I want to particularly acknowledge the member for North Bougainville, the Honourable Samoso. I have been on this floor 6 going 7 years now. Na mi to sem making people lo civic mi ama mas true lo first time mi harim nek lo Bougainville lo this lo floor. First time. I was in opposition sitting at the back. Wamla time mi talk lo Bougainville na mi looking the Honourable Tim Masiu and mi sit down na cry lo here. I saw tears stream down his face. It broke my heart. This is a matter that is really sensitive to the people of Bougainville. We saw it when we gave them the vote, and they voted overwhelmingly, 97.7% in favor of independence. Now we can say this is not an emotional issue, but unfortunately it is. You can bring him all ting ting na sawe blue you mean outsem. We can try to define words on this floor, but be mindful that the people of Bougainville are actually watching us on camera right now as we talk about this issue. That to them means everything. Why do I say that? Not one single member of parliament has been elected with a 97% majority. Not one. First time lo history blow this country, a whole people agreed on one issue alone. Independence. 97.7%. Me too, me finding hard lo desla. I mean, what decision am I supposed to make, particularly because I hold the seat of the founding father of this country. The Grand Chief, the Right Honorable Sir Michael Thomas Somare. I'm seat blame. Misinan longem no this la house. Man we mi carrying this la country a seat longem mi olin this house. It is a huge responsibility na plenty time mi sapani had. Now morning time mi harim. Susana leader blo not Bougainville mi beten lo backside ya. Lewa blo mi broke ya. Plenty time mi sa les lo beten lo house because mi sa tingos em. You mi sa gaman na kon na beten na backside ya. We are doing something else. Today was the first time I had a prayer come from a broken heart of a mother and a representative of Bougainville. Ni pilim stret lo bunblomi. The people of Bougainville want a solution. That's what I'm hearing. Mi sit down na mi go back look lo CPC report. Meeting him all walk all same. Dr. John Momisi make him Wampla Pablo Constitution na country em stop yet em no go yet em stop one them yumi. I've had long discussions with Dr. Momis when he came to Wewak to go and visit his friend and colleague Bernard Narakobi. Lo ples blong em go lo mat lo Bernard Narakobi. Misinon one them lo Wewak na mitran harim ting ting blong em. Sir Paul Lapun, another one from Bougainville. Plantiol, founding Papa Blo Yumi. They've sat down and thought about this country and what to do with it. Me look national goals. You know, the second one talks about equality and participation. And I ask myself, what have we done to convince the people of Bougainville that they are better off with us than without us? What have we done? You mean making one M? Lo winning thinking na bell blow people of Bougainville. What have we done? And I want to thank the Prime Minister for putting me on the committee on the side of PNG on the JSB about 3 years ago. And I want to say to the people of Bougainville, I was the one that recommended that the 200 million kina block grant be given to the people of Bougainville. I did that in the meeting. Why? Because I also have a selfish interest for my people of this city, as I have a selfish interest for every single Papua New Guinean. We all deserve to be equally treated, and we all deserve to equally participate in this country as enshrined in our 5 national goals and directive principles. But have we done it? Like practically, really? Apaste mi look statement long Prime Minister. Now inside lo here, mi tokol sem. Only 16% of national resources go to the provinces. 16%. Prime Minister's own admission in his statement. Out of that 16%, how much goes to Bougainville? There's not 200 million you may talk, you may by giving lo people lo Bougainville, you may promise na put him inside lo budget. I haven't had a discussion with the Honorable President Ismail Toroama. Me no ask him too whether this la 200 million and me come up low or you know come up low, me no sabe. Or one la money, pila long no namel na only no look him. Or say me ask him this all, me no sabe. And here is the thing. What do we do to change the mind of the Bougainvillians? Because plenty of you me lo here, you me harim pinis now you missing out here. Suppose vote come, but you may talk no, lo people blow Bougainville. That's what we are telling them now. Harim ya, look stop lo camera ya. I wonder how many of them are feeling right now over in Bougainville. This is very much an emotional issue. The Bougainvillians are going to be emotional over this. We can't expect anything else. It is an emotional issue. So plenty time, this little intellectual arguments, you must put him aside ligligna. It's about finding a way forward. If I waited 5 years for a response, me too, but me belhat, because me too, me human being. And every human being has an inherent desire placed in him or her by God to want to be free. You know, me make him, God put him inside the bell blow na start. In every one of us, and so too the people of Bougainville. So what are we to do? Are we honest when we deal with the people of Bougainville, especially their leaders? You miss honest one them all or no God? Mino sabe. I think I only attended 2 meetings and I didn't attend any more. One of the things that I saw was when the team from the ABG, including good President Toroama, all around long country now, they were talking to Bougainvilleans around the country, getting their views. And they happened to visit Wewak to get the views of Bougainvilleans in Isipik. Now, one time fuel crisis, na kain problem, na balus blol delay na. They actually landed in Wewak just as the sun was setting, because balus and delay. And somehow, I'm also nature me cause him in such a way that time on land, yeah, balus you don't have lucy Wewak now. You cannot take off in the night in Wewak. So force him on na balus isilip. Ogara program President Toroama na line blangem. Only change him. As the sun was setting, only go sanatlo, madmadlo, Grand Chief. Sir Michael Somare antablo, Kriya Heights. Only go tok longem, which was his intention when he wanted to lie in Wewak. He wanted the people of Bougainville to go and visit him there, and they did. President Toroama em sanat, look, isit sol nem tok, Papa. Let us go. Let us go. No God wabla money no cry lo this time. President Toroama may make it this laptop. He is not here to relay that message to this house. But I am here, the representative of the people of Isipik, Damin Togiyu. President Blow liati gonna cry lo matmat lo Papa and ask him, let us go. Early the next morning, first flight out here, Olisi Sol Kalaplo Balusna. They left Wewak. I worry about the people of Bougainville. Me yet, Ting Blomi Tokosem, they should remain a part of this country. Ting Blomi yet Tokimi Osem, they are going to need 800 million kina a year if they are going to be independent to run a country. Ting Blomi yet Tokimi Osem, currently they are only raising 55 million kina in internal revenue. And my mind is telling me they cannot afford to run a country. But my heart is telling me that the people of Bougainville want independence. Because that's what 97.7 means. Ask him Blomilo. Gutla Prime Minister na, Cabinet Blongem. Let's have a heart-to-heart. Let's be emotional about how we deal with the leaders of Bougainville and the people there. Let's find a way forward. Some of true, like him independence, okay, you need to talk him all. Lay the cards on the table. What can you do? What can't you do? And if you can't do it, what if we helped you to? Suppose you may not help him, you bring him economy, blah, blah, budget, blah, blah, go that long. 800 million so you can look after yourselves. How long will that take? I think these are the issues we need to be talking with the people of Bougainville. Not about what one word means. Even if it's not in the Constitution, my goodness, I have sat here and watched us change the Constitution 5 times like that. On a matter of national importance, we don't want to change the Constitution. But when it suits us, hey, you miss a sprint law sense in Constitution. You make a name law sense in Constitution law. Now we go back and say, oh, but the Constitution says no. Hold on a minute. We are the ones that can change it like this. That's the reality, and the people of Bougainville watch us. So I want to say that again. And I'm sure the people of Bougainville, also good Laman, they are Melanesians like us. They are Papua New Guineans like us still. They want a solution, because if we don't give them a solution, then the leaders of Bougainville now, I'm sure, they will be in trouble with their own people. Because all people of Bougainville are talking about leader, and what have you achieved in 5 years? Nothing. We have to see the difficult situation that we place the people, the leaders of Bougainville in also. Like I said, this is a very emotional issue. It's nothing less. So, at some point, I think, and if I'm assuming our good leaders in Bougainville President Toroma and his team, Oli Luglug Stap Naharim, me yet sing out blong. Provincial member blong ECP, man where people blow ECP, give him honor long. Sindam lo siablo, founding father. Sing out na appeal blong. Let's find a way forward. If it's going to take 10 years for you to build to a point where you can stand on your own 2 feet, well, I think that's what we should be doing. What's wrong with a strong Bougainville? What's wrong with a strong ECP? Right now, the people of ECP are beggars on this floor, just like many other Papua New Guineans. What's wrong with having a strong ECP? What's wrong with having a strong Greater CP? What's wrong with having a strong East and West New Britain? Why do we weaken everyone? And then we all negotiate from a position of weakness. I want to see a strong Bougainville. I want to see a strong Central Province. I want to see a strong Western Province. I want to see a strong Chimbo. Yes. What's wrong with that? Why aren't we doing that? Why do we set out to give 16% of the state's resources to the 90% that are out there? Why did we design it like this? Why are we locked in? Are you saying we can't change? I think these are the things we should be considering. We should be making it so attractive. Like the good member for Wewak, member Blomi M. Satokya. Me like bilasing Wewak na. Wewak by look style. Me like put him lipstick long em na heels na man ba igris na kam. And member Blo Wewak Honorable Stanley Samban M. Satroma deslakan tok me repeat him there. Well, I think we should be doing the same thing to Papua New Guinea. We should be making Papua New Guinea such an attractive place that the Bougainvilleans will say, no, I don't want to leave, I want to stay. But right now, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure. Most of our Papua New Guinean young men and women, they don't want to stay in this country, all tired there. We are not making it an attractive enough place for our own people. And we want to make an argument to the people of Bougainville. So I'm appeal Blomilo government. I don't think it's over. I think you have intelligent leaders in Bougainville. They are also emotional people just like us. And I'm sure. Suppose you go talk also. One sol wara bratana. All pikinini want la country. I'm sure we could find a way forward. If we continue to fight each other as opposing sides, trying to strengthen our own belief as to what they should be entitled to, whether it's a ratification, rectification, or whatever kind of rectification you may like make it long all. I think that's unreasonable. We should be going there. Na yumi killing pig, na holy man, na sinan keke, na yumi belly si, na one bell, na talk all right. Let's put it all on the table. Let's fix this. Let's find a way forward. A way forward that's good for Papua New Guinea, that's good for Bougainville. Bougainville wins, Papua New Guinea wins, and not just that. Every single ethnic group that exists in this country can actually come back and see the national goals and say, yes, I can equally participate in the riches of this country as intended for by the founding fathers. You know also now, where you may come na beg, na Bougainville looking gonna talk. No, I don't want to be a beggar. I don't want to be part of this relationship. I want to be out. And they have decided, overwhelmingly, 97.7%. And nothing this parliament does is going to change that. Unless we sit down with them and figure out a way that, for example, I am hoping the block grants are working on Bougainville. Because if it works on Bougainville, then that's an argument for the people of Greater Sepik as well. It's an argument for us. It's an argument for the people of Chimbu. It's an argument for all Papua New Guineans. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Police.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Lo, give me time to join in this debate too. Firstly, me acknowledge him, Minister Makiba, lo, bring him statement belong me come lo disla house, lo highlighting walkabout belong Bougainville, walkabout belong this significant time in history where me like encourage him you gata in lo disla house long. No can think long, you government or your opposition, but you think of some Papua New Guinean leaders. Deputy Speaker, time me come to this house. Maybe in talking more people blow me lo Bougainville or some. Me clear good long. Waigani. Me clear good long. Papua New Guinea. Me clear good long. How by me can kisim ting na like blong all. Igolo this la big pla house. One time all this la talk. Me been kisim overwhelming mandate. Lol people blow me lo Bougainville. Lo kamna kisim cry blong all kam lo this la house too. Na me like make him clear. Lord people blow me lo Bougainville, time me kisim this law opportunity. Me talk thank you past long. Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, one time Deputy Prime Minister, long wisdom blong all long putting me also Minister. Given the structure of Bougainville na government, na PNG government, na Mr. Posem regional member, me got this law opportunity lo work also Minister. This law now I'm been allowing me long got voice inside long National Executive Council. Me no save high team ting long Bougainville. Me save sit down him inside long National Executive Council. First and foremost, so me talk clear long all people blow me, so you can appreciate him was you me got two plan neck now inside long National Executive Council. Long talk strong long. Give him ting na support him like lo yumi lo Bougainville. But with the greatest respect, long how you misindan him constitution blo yumi, na respect you me got long country blo yumi long Papua New Guinea. Deputy Speaker, me no like hiring one plan member blo this pla honorable house, you compare him province blo you lo Bougainville. Noken compare him me province blow me one time province blow you. Mila go be click long history ta so click you know long way to mass because like long Bougainville long Sanapolia te me date him he go back Abrusim 1942 long time blow war and me go moyet. But bami bring him plata so lo kam long time. The indigenous Bougainvillians felt that they were not equally participating, not equally treated on their own land when the conglomerates were operating on our land, and so there was an uprising. You misavelo displa story blo Bougainville. Nogat one pla leader lo displa house. You know not talk, you know save long walk about long Bougainville. It's in many books written about Bougainville. It's all over the web. You can extract information on Bougainville. But two significant moments in history, let me remind this house. When we talk about the principles of the Constitution by which we stand on this country, or we stand up in this house, me personally feel Muslim you been abrusim on these principles. Why me talking me abrusim these principles? Because you me yet been salim all military blow you me go kill him all people blow you me yet. Na time me make him all same. You me defeat him all get a something constitution and me talk long him. Deputy Speaker, you know not give him, not value him 25,000 lives lost. more on Bougainville side, but many Bougainvillians are also intermarried to Papua New Guinea side, or the great land of this side. I am an example of them. I live on both sides. I fully understand and appreciate both sides. Not one province were you in a blockade for 10 years. Let me remind all our leaders, it was not easy to come to a compromise to write a peace agreement. We were all up in arms in 2019-21 when there was a pandemic and we stopped movement in the country. Mosby couldn't move to Ley. Inter-region, inter-province couldn't move for 1 week, and we were all up in arms. Imagine for 10 years your province kept away from every possible service. 10 solid years, no health, no education, no access to the outside world. We were blocked from every possible access to the island. You couldn't access Solomons. You couldn't access East New Britain. My honorable leaders, I wanted to highlight these two significant moments in history which I feel, when we talk about the Constitution, we totally disregarded the Constitution when leaders of the past made that conscious decision. So when we are now in this point in history, and mind you, the peace agreement allowed for us to have a mutual working relationship to better understand and help the people of Bougainville for 15 years to try and redevelop Bougainville. 2001, Taimi signing peace agreement. Past governments have not been honoring plenty commitment belong them too. Plenty commitment to me working, you may not live by it. So you may can peel him, please, my honorable leaders, you may talk to some government, one people in this house. The sooner we accept that the people want independence, the sooner we can design the way forward for this country. So me almost long, good la talk long, Governor Blomi la isipik, but me also asking all leaders, please, no can compare him Bougainville na province or district blayu. Help him yumi olgata bung na yumi olgata painim rot now where Honorable Minister blayu mi karim companies na mi how much straight long Honorable Sepuka Temu and me talk long all road where you must walk him now long talk one time na bung one time long find him na finalize him this la walkabout na all gata answer and me stop inside lo this la house as long as you me walk bung one time and a by petition approach one time this la and me had him diklik debate blomig one tap long talk long Honorable Makiba. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Bougainville.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, this honourable house. Thank you to us for the first time. Me feel him good. The whole of the country, me feel him good. The whole of Bougainville can now, for the first time, can have him. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, Bougainville am harim now. Talk, or leader belong him walk him inside long parliament, long Papua New Guinea. All of us. Me not talk me na Chamalili na Minister Masu. Now I'm talking about the whole country as a nation. For the first time, the country is deliberating. Long this la heavy. Now this la cry is start. We have 25,000 plus lives. To lose 25,000 plus lives on an island. This is the second highest number of people that were lost after the Second World War. Yes, it's an emotional. Why are we emotional about it? What do you expect me to feel? How do you expect me to feel? Me not recovering plenty or Bougainville yet. I don't even know where they are. Right now, as we speak, all brother blomi. Na tu plus susa blomi. Bougainville issue, Tammy comes down, and number 6 moon blomi sit down, all brother blomi na susa blomi. It's an issue that you can deal with them in the most Melanesian way of doing things. You may behind him law where he start long book law when something, all brother susa blomi. All passing custom, you miss have a sort him out on issue. Inside long one place, you mean inside long Papua New Guinea. Why you know not use him law too long? Try to sit down him good, bail me for the last how many years? Bail me cry, you me talk Mr. Law, you know me cry on them. How can you tell me, Francis Casamoso, why are you so emotional? I'm a mother, I give birth to life. I know you will say, why are we so emotional about it? What do you expect me to feel? Governor Wenge, what do you expect me to feel? Me mama misa tanim ground, misa karim picking neya. I know some of you having smiles on your face, shame on you. Why are you smiling about an issue that you should not smile about? Now you're talking me on some, the Constitution of Papua New Guinea doesn't say we should give one province independence. Well, change the bloody damn law. Change the Constitution. You talk no well on me, then how do you sort me out? The unforgivable sin that this country has done to its own people of Bougainville is sending the soldiers to go stop in war. How could you do that? How could you do that? You're telling me no way, that's fine. That is fine, you're telling me no way. Why are you trying to keep me? Why are you like holding past law me?
The honourable member for North Bougainville.
Yes, what's your point of order?
I interrupt your speeches. I would ask, honourable member, I just interrupt. I would appreciate your debate. I only request for you to withdraw the word bloody, which you have used. It's
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Acting Speaker Mirausin Bloody.
Go ahead.
You put it nice when you go inside. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you. Mirausin Bloody, Museum, thank you. You must feel in bail me to fire, but Honorable House, please, I am thankful. Understand where I'm coming from. Minister Masu is smiling at me. Thank you, brother, support you. Thank you, all of us on the floor of Parliament that are here. Mr. Thank you, you feel in pain. That me feel him for the last how many years. If the Constitution of Papua New Guinea is all same, me play not allowed in one plug island go back, one plug province you lose me plug. All same regional member me talk. No can try to compare him. You want him me. Don't ever try to compare. Sit down, you want them me. When I'm kind of happen, what any other province in the whole country you lose 25,000 plus lives. How many of you? Honorable Speaker, Acting Speaker, Honorable House. The unforgivable sin that this country has ever done is sending soldiers Longona killing people belong. That's the unforgivable sin. That's the unforgivable sin. How about you talk sorry to people belong Bougainville? Now people of Papua New Guinea too. That feel for Bougainville, that feel with Bougainville. How about you talk sorry? But you kill him, how much speak now you talk sorry? But you kill him, how much sikar now you talk sorry? How much trillion kina, but you give him the people blow me. But bell blow me, all right. How much kumul, by you put him la seat by salim go la people by me long Bougainville by you talk sorry. Talk sorry by this la country. Talk sorry by this la parliament. Talk sorry by you by independence of Bougainville that people have voted. Talk sorry by you long people long Brata Susa by you la Bougainville and independence. That's the way for you to talk sorry. And I'm not going to pick up my bag na mi go la one plan up. We have to start a new relationship now. A new relationship that by you put him on top of independence vote belong all people. My honorable Prime Minister, na honorable Deputy Prime Minister below me. Na all get up, sister brother bring me here. I won't pick up my bag and go somewhere. You giving me the soul, this little express lo me can go na me go crime bell below me. Na me talk sorry lo me yet. You don't feel what we feel every day. You don't feel what we feel every day. A group of people where you put in blockade long and not at marasin. You know got soap like this la temple here. No child went to school. I know there are loving people sitting in this parliament here that can speak at least with some care and some love when the four of us stand up to speak. At least there's some human heart here. At least there's some compassion and there's some passion in this house when we speak. Time you talk right law, independence law, me, I'm not going to pick up and go to Mars or Venus or go somewhere. At least you're giving me this lahab, lo me space, lo me can go sit down, Prime Minister. Now you talk sorry lo me. Now me talk sorry lo me yet. You know feel him when something, me feel him all get that day. And when you talk and when you tell me why are we so emotional, my goodness, how do you expect me to feel? Mr. Sinda lo mami karaya, how? I am really honored that this parliament had decided to say something. At least to say something. I am honored as a woman of Papua New Guinea, as a woman of Bougainville, as a mother of Bougainville, as a grandmother of Bougainville. I have this as I speak, at least for the first time. All people of Bougainville is sitting down now. Harim good through talk blame me. Milato again, you giving me independence, but me go away. All Pikini blow me, all blow here too. We're doing the right thing at the moment. Business blow me, come set up blow here. All business blow Bougainville come blow here. All business blow you blow go long hard. Business wise, we okay, we're doing it. Independence is start to work, police you me can. Share him all businesses play you me. You go long hard, na come blow here. Lo side blow movement blow you me people, all Pikini blow me come blow here, all Pikini blow come. You still going there to Bougainville, no one plus something come on. I think lo side blow politics that's all empty la happy. When I'm time by you talk, you're right. Mama, you can go you yet. I know it's not an easy task. And we better not refer to the Constitution of Papua New Guinea. The Constitution of Papua New Guinea doesn't say one province can go. Well, who changes the Constitution? Who's been making one politically glow or amigo? Now you me, yeah? You know how robot ba kam na tram la walking one politically senis na iburuki one politically hab la Constitution no I area one pana tokol sem. Let's put a politically hab long hab only for Bougainville. Only for Bougainville. You know that Narpla province you lose some 25,000 plus likes. You know that Narpla province of Papua New Guinea where you set me back for 45 years, you go back. And please, Lord, I'm a grandmother. I'm still traveling on the roads that I used to travel on when I was a student and I went to high school. I am still traveling on the roads that are the easiest roads to see in the whole country. I'm still traveling on those roads that were not sealed, even though BCL or the copper mine was Bougainville for 25 years and helped to bankroll independence for this beautiful nation that I still call my country. Why na you talk thank you to Bougainville na sili mono road. Sili mono road but me plama must thank you all loving me play it, it's okay. But you failed to actually do that before the referendum took place. You failed to do that. Had you come on board when the peace was broken, had you come on board from that time, Prime Minister, had you come on board, if you were the Prime Minister at that time, I'm sure you would have done Silim Gata Road Bougainville mainland, Silim Buka Island, giving more people the sheep. You would not have seen what you saw in 2019. The 97 vote was vote blanc korosna, vote blanc soreya. What do you expect me to say here? What do you expect me to say here, my Prime Minister? I'm sitting here, Mr. Naploye, Prime Minister Blomi. I love you, my Prime Minister, you're my brother. Me movie come here so I can sit here and shoot from here to you. That's why me come here. Me not losing you because you no good leader, man. I felt I am comfortable on this side to be able to express my soul. Thank you. Me put him two hand me go on top now me talk all the same time. Me talk something, please. Don't make fun of what we are going through. Don't make fun of my tears. Don't make fun of my broken-heartedness. If you gave me a whole day to talk about the stories that my people went through, you won't even believe it. You might talk, give him all independence now because of the way we were treated, of the way my sisters were treated, of the way my women were treated. How could you do that to me? How could my own country do that to me? How could you do that to me? When I trusted you, I begged road independence for PNG. I see those roads, the most difficult roads to see. You never seen my roads. You talk pula lo mi boy talk pula lo one something boy talk pula lo me. Prime Minister Honorable Marape, you pla lo side long government. Thank you pla around this la. God faith, thank you. I think Papa got to Franco Francisca Samosa you starting blow to lote and let this discussion be the discussion. Let this discussion be the discussion. People, mamas cry because people are crying, people picking him up. We openly weep because we give birth to life. We openly weep for this nation because we give birth to life. We are special because for 9 months we feel 2 heartbeats, 2 broken hearts. For 9 months we got 4 eyes looking at everything that's happening, good or bad. For 9 months we feed 2 mouths. For 9 months, we got 2 feet that doing pity, pata, 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 pata. You know, we want to walk, we want to do the right thing. Me no talk because me got cross you. Me talk because I want you to feel me. I want you to have passion for me. I want you to have such a real me. My people and the adults, they can sit on the island of Motlok Tasman feeding cartridges and Nissan for years and months without any ship going there. Amas body capside, los olwara. How could you not even care and love me? Governor Wenge, you look, now you sorry Lomina, you look Lomina, but you make it one name. But you turning around her. Thank you for being the voice when we have kept quiet for some time. You know what, talk long, I think for the first time, me harim this and me like him too, but you feeling what we're feeling. I honor every leader that's sitting on this floor of Parliament. You blow walking all same, and me blow Bakarim Pen. Everybody in Bougainville is saying, what are these 4 members of Parliament talking about? Me to thank you, lo pigini man blow me. The regional member blow me. Honorable Chamalili, for the first time me had me talk. Thank you. Thank you, lo you talk. Member of the South Bougainville, Honorable Matthew, thank you. Father Simon, thank you. Thank you, Lajubla. that at least you allow this to come up, so at least bail Bamipla come down. At least the people of Bougainville are saying, finally we can hear somebody. Finally we can hear some people talk. Minister for Works, thank you for support, Blue. Thank you. You by walking road, Blue. You know walking road, Blue. You try to bail out, Mami got Blue. This la you must kiss it. Me no looking first floor wheelbarrow or first floor one something ik san up long Buka Ring Road, na san up long all get ready go come up long up. Mid la ba fight. Mid la ba fight ya. Me no marry si pig Blue, you marry Buka. Mid la ba fight ya. You go straight mo kita road bill upside na road bill la Buka na road bill kita la Bougainville. You must foul lick ya. Works Minister, thank you for support Blue. Prime Minister, thank you for support Blue. Deputy Prime Minister, I've gone on the campaign with you and I saw you cry for my people. Thank you. The first Prime Minister that ever set foot on this island was you. And I will John Rosso, thank you. You come and tell me. Thank you, but you go back and you buy helicopter, you go Lucy book blow, picking you, Nissan, to now blow me. Hello, Pinisim talk blow me, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you, you giving me time. Suppose you not been giving me time, but me got one, be a cascas for you. Thank you again, Lord, get the chief inside this parliament. I thank you for allowing us, like and debate in this law. I don't have to apologize for my tears. No need to. No need to. Time me, I want to hear me, I want to mark him all get a married no Papua New Guinea. It lose him. All beginning blong all it's like big landslide. He come up la upside. Governor Enga. So you put us. Be looking you corner. Misa you peel in pen one time people play me seems like heavy. Me mark him get a married no Papua New Guinea too. All the heavy me looking inside life, me pas la time. Me like him you play all man lo parliament, all male parliamentarians. Please think lo me all Mary. And I think I said it last year. Inside the supplementary budget or budget back up you know one time. Put up some plan, like money specifically blong all mama, blong all SME blong all. Minister Windaki even to call some man divide him slamoy na me waiting, me count him Christmas and by giving him some Christmas present no. And to also money blow SME van platanim na give him go one member. Now one member by him go along one online blong him. Honorable House, Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you. Now God by bless you, Milo, give him little time.
Honorable ladies and members, assume your seat. Honorable members, we are in a parliament also. I would not allow for this to happen. The honorable member for Central Bougainville.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm like out in Tintin Blomi because all Central Bougainville only voted me so that me come to Parliament. Now me talk out longen when like long all, like long Bougainvillians, like long Central Bougainville people. So me like talk out here, longen long Parliament. Me thank him first time government of the day. Leaders all get opposition the government side you may all get they like give him blue travel long and me this plan and me background from me and me work pattern pattern time me come up pattern me ordained inside the crisis lo Bougainville inside long 1990 I was ordained lo Tunuru na me come up pattern na mi kama pater na mi walk through long crisis iko inap long and peace agreement na mi bin kama long en long this time inside long en war and start na mel long BRA one them Papua New Guinea process only fight long en so me I was caught in between. I had to go by the principle of Christian values and principle to inap me can walk long en long 2 plus side long finding solution, na finding peace, long Bougainville. na what in Papua New Guinea. And me like in big pla tintin blomi, peace must prevail. That's the bottom line of the peace agreement. And we come up long in. Okay, peace must prevail on both sides. Lo Papua New Guinea, na Bougainville. Lasting peace. Lasting peace. By peaceful means, that has to be cultivated on both sides. Me thanking Parliament, we said me bring him this peace agreement and we come up and we go through the peace process, don't dialogue, talk, and we come up na mel the two government. We go in now finding a solution, settling solution belonging, finding lasting peace. I think for Bougainvilleans, lasting peace, and we mean also all by kissing independent. Independent of Bougainville is not started in 1975. Bougainville's independence long before that time. It was educated by the missionaries, only come, not only built on end of Bougainville, by come up one day, one country. Even before Polapun, na Pusamare, only meet long end. This patenting, Bougainvilleans only like him, education, health, all get an Arapla, or missionaries make him. Now only preparing Bougainville to be independent nation, without knowing that Papua New Guinea is going to be a country one day. So, we are born, I'm born in the 50s. Na me looking something else, a movie, na screen, walk about the come. How things me walk about the come in up today long hand. Me look back. What things me happen along the way. Boga me copper mining, and me come up lo Panguna. And me come up because, and big platinting, me looking, Lord, this time is oppressing desire for Bougainvilleans. For come up independent. By using power or money. That's why I only been starting. The colonists allow this time and be using. So that any can manipulate in Bougainvilleans to come and stop with the Papua New Guinea. This plan and we come up long end. Long work about so me, I think a big plus story, me walk inside long end long this la war yeah, me saving planting Papua New Guineans. All depends post long Kangu beach. Or living the like killing more, maybe stop what the transitional or this the time of negotiation. Long this the time, let him go. The Somali was that time was talking, their leaders were coming to negotiate to release those who were captured by BRA in Buin, South Bougainville, to let go. And that time, in the satellite phone, Francisula was talking with the South, all commanders, na all Narapla, leaders, this time, to negotiate and let go. And that, I happened to be with Francisula at that time with a satellite phone, and I tell Francisula, let them go. New chapter must come up. Peace must prevail. Let's tell Papua New Guineans and the international community, we fought for our right. We fought for our right. Let them go. Let's start a new chapter with Papua New Guinea and Bougainville. From this war, yeah. That was almost at the end. And something only capture them all like only make him this right deal. So me talk let them go. And finally they let them go. Me talk long on Narapla. Defense was one pla, only capture him long Arawa. Only carry me go to Royland. Na Miko, me harim also mol biara you walk long run. Only run na me kissing finish signal or like a suti mania. Me run go. Me kalaplo car blongo like rono na or like roni go na suti mem. Me kalaplo disaka. Me jump down. Na boy me carry M16 ya M2 is jumping go down. And me like go straight Romania like suti mem. Na me go run straight na me ceiling mania straight. Me talking me call front na me walk long cry backside lo me. Na me to disappear in patient me na what the M16 them like shooting mania. Me play taco ball of 10 minutes. Eventually that person me berat na em shooting coconut santa. Talk em good play shooting coconut snap. By all peeling blow you go down. Berat blow you go down. And later time every finish now. Is a turang when me walk lo cry lo backside of me. Talk me play but writing letter now. Same kawana. Writing letter na Karim. Give him long end na go bring me go lo Arawa. Where I live him kiss him capture him money. And I talk him all brother blow papa nikini. Me play no ke fight more. Me play no ke fight more. Finish. We are fighting for somebody's. Not so much of ours. So, MP plus something, and from that time, a peace agreement start to build. Long end. I come up, blow this plan. But then we stop and bottom up peace agreement. Me play work about me talk one time more. Planting, only capture him all, not kill him all, only kiss him all, or say poison man, or only look him light man, a light person, is a Papua New Guinean, or like kill him, no. So, me walk along sharing this like talk. This is how me experiencing how painful it is to talk to the BRAs with a gun. What they want to get from being revolution. What they want, I think they want that was only putting me fight for independence. So I think a big plus something, me talk again, here a big plus something. And I think big plus, this is me saving on both sides, helping all by peace must pray peaceful means. And peace agreement will come. So me, big plus something, me talk, you me all brothers, okay, let go Bougainville. Let go Bougainville. Me play nobody call a moon or America or where. We all be in front of each other. We have connections. You make that way from dealing with each other. I think this relationship with nation to nation will create a better understanding, now more stronger than we connect to each other, than just rubbing against long narapla. Big presenting Yumi and big presenting Papua New Guinea, I think be compassionate, understanding. Bougainville independence come up long before the Papua New Guinea, and we come up also one country. You can think in 1975, you independent Papua New Guinea, me kisim, 16 September. Now me start here high school, this time. Or leaders from Bougainville, this time. Leonet, Alex Sare, Momis even stop inside, long in, this time. They were talking about independence for Bougainville. And we declare, Mr. High School now, me declaring on the 1st of September, before 15 days, you come up independent of Bougainville. That flaming, that sensation, that like wish of Bougainvilleans independence, I mean, nothing to do with Papua New Guinea Constitution. They have already prepared for Bougainville, become independence. So I think Bougainville independence exists long before Papua New Guinea. And me like talk out you me here and big plus something. Me like put to rest this peace must come. Larry Bougainville and become up one country. Now Papua New Guinea one country. So that you me can get good play international representative. On international issues, Bougainville become a country, Papua New Guinea one country, always stand up one time. For global issues that we make. A big plus something. Like you mean one issue, you got bonus. Papua New Guinea by kissing bonus. You got extra brother below you. By you talk about the Papua New Guinea, Bougainville as an independent nation, and you stand together for common issues globally happens. So I think big for something, me like in people point and original and racing me not sir, but here racing was Bougainvilleans were part of Papua New Guinea, but how Posis Loyumi and treating Bougainville with a statement so to kill and also not be good practice and not healthy. That was a painful. If my soldier, my police, my army come and kill me as citizen of Papua New Guinea, it's like no look to much. I think and be present. You all apply something too inside Logan. Me like him by Papua New Guinean leaders, you make independently the decision you will Bougainville. See? Bougainville by you know go away. I'm independent and by more solid. By you me work boom one time. Now strong in helping each other. You work about you me along. You work about. So once again, big plus something. We were never enemies in our life. We are Melanesians. We are Christians. We are Melanesians, but somebody exposed us to be enemies. You me. Somebody for their self-interest, for economic reasons or other reasons. They put us in the roadmap, and people are maybe 1800, only put in Bougainville, he go inside here. Now, people are struggling in. Now, this plan will come up, maybe repeated, for time, from Germany, Britain, later on, Australia, and regarding me, and put him one time, he go. So, against the will of the Bougainvilleans, wish the conscience of them, like Longol, and we will go against Longan. Even they have gone as far as United Nations. At that time, United Nations am not accepting. So the cry of Bougainvilleans is not as they have long before. So that's why Longol or people only like him. He must let go. Please. And big president. The last flower, finishing talk, me, just think of the Good Samaritan story, Lord Scripture. The robbers have built one man left on the road, on the side of the road, dying and sleeping. Who came first? Father Rigam. Where did he go? He go to side. Levi and come, and we go to side. But the Good Samaritan, then we come, have mercy, not compassion. Feel longing. He is an enemy. Culturally, they are enemies. But he feel compassion. Please let me go outside because I'm not going to become a PPL or not going to make him low too or visa or something else. Levi and below, by then, and we go, no good to brook him low. Lord, this planet, man is sleep low on the ground, we not can touch him. But this Good Samaritan came and big with pure compassion. Me like in Papua New Guinea, have feel poor Bougainville. He's your brother. He's your sister. He's your Melanesian. You have to. Again, this class. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Communication.
Thank you. Thank you, through Deputy Speaker. Me too, we sit down, na biharim plenty of talk. Biharim, this big debate come up. Long issue, long Bougainville. This issue, issue belong now. Issue belong before true. Long time, long tumuna belong mipla.
enough long today. Now today is not a mistake that this debate and become long floor. Now mi hamamas mi sit down na hari more leaders blo Papua New Guinea. I give him ting blo yupla. Ting blo yupla mi value mo kita ting blo yupla. Now mi hamamas long anem mi pla can express him freely long this floor. One em ting you mi got long island long Bougainville. Mi stand up long talk on them. Bougainvillians, people decide finish. People decide 97.7. And people are not reversing this plan number. You know, I want something by reversing this plan number. And we come up finish, now we come up finish. People are waiting to start now government, now this plan, parliament. Now make him something where we must make him. Long, larim this plan. Process is flowing. Na come inside, na mi pla kiss him through this pla. This pla result must come inside. Na process must come up. Ensemble, man line blomi on the talk finish. Regional member talk finish. Na member long North Bougainville talk finish. Na member long Central Bougainville talk finish. Mi pla fopla. Mi pla no got big pla voice too much. Mi pla fopla tasol. But mi pla fopla karim big pla heavy lo backside blo mi pla. Heavy blo mi pla. And plus blo mi pla bin bagarap. Plus blo mi pla bin bagarap long this pla 10 pla Christmas holgeta. Now I'm one kind passing 10 pla Christmas and Papa and Lucy pigin ni blong em. Long 10 pla years. Mi pla stop. Mi pla fen long mi pla yet. Mi pla paini marsin belum mi pla yet. Mi pla survive belum mi pla yet. Now this pla 10 pla years. Husat belum mi pla 4 pla by sinda na by mi pla oglon. Hama mas lo this pla. And more something where he come up. And he come up in this pla ting where. And he strong in this pla ting now long Bougainville. And mi pla must vote long independence. Now this pla vote and he come up in this. Mi appeal long leaders. This harim sing out lo mipla. Mi appeal long all geta leaders inside long this parliament, long this 11th parliament. Long harim now because some people no harim by go lo 12th parliament again. Na by mi oglo go sem tasol. This issue, you got plenty issue stop yet. Where me like outlining some now long here, no talk blo me. Passing long reconciliation. Passing belong second, one bell. No Bougainville, and we must come up. And we must come up na melo mi belong Bougainvillians yet. And we must come up na melo mi belong Bougainvillians na all brother sister belong mi belong Papua New Guinea. And must come up na melo security forces belong you me now expired man belong you me no Bougainville. It must come up. Milap tingi mi got one by come up in this, even come up long 2019, Lovuna Pope. But he must have number 2 hub long and by must come up. When it's supposed to take place in Bougainville. Now he not come up yet. All this plus something, or something you walk long, holding pass, now I walk long, stop inside of bell, nothing thing blow me play stop. What for now? Government you walk long, lose tinting lo me plow, get the time long or this plus tinting lo me plow. Yes, me understand Papua New Guinea we got plenty issues. Yes, me understand Parliament, Papua New Guinea, and we got plenty or something and me stop no hand long em. But suppose you like straight him heavy no Bougainville, straight him now. Straight him now. Suppose you don't have straight him and by you don't have straight him. Talk straight or same. So be sanab, lo makimol people lo me long South Bougainville, lo me give support, lo tripla leaders lo Bougainville, lo talk all same. Mi pla all geta got one plan neck. Mi pla 4 pla one we got one plan neck. Now this pla, now government pla me, where me member long this government, be like talk thank you long Prime Minister, one time Deputy Prime Minister na cabinet na to all members long this pla house where is have seen down long on Kibung one time Bougainville Arab leaders long talk long on this JSB long people must continue long talk. Consultation must continue. Tas all by me go inap long one hap. Or consultation too must get arab long em. You know can go all get out sema. True suppose Mr. Nabian na me give experience long me long Mr. Bougainville. Now one something come up now this blah. And by taking long time. But Mr. Rosen some long leaders like talk too. Me giving this Latin team blow me tas all sem people and people decide finish. There's no turning back for us. Either we do it in this house or we do it when. But we have to do it. You see Bougainville and by still hang him up, now by still give him heavy of Papua New Guinea, suppose you walk long holy mate or sem. Release him mipla. Now mipla can find him rot mipla long kababim. One him can sit down mipla. Now people 10 years mipla sit down mipla yet finish. Now long 10 years ya mipla been looking mosem. And mipla independent finish ya. Mipla been independent finish not 10 years. Mipla been stop mipla yet because mipla yet even survive mipla yet. Mipla yet kamabi marasin blo mipla yet. Mipla walking more solve blo mipla yet. Mipla walking more kind something mipla yet. So ting blo mi na talk we make him long take part in sa long this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker. And this one kind of so long giving support long on leaders from me or members long or one electorate long Bougainville and me talk finish me like giving support. Na bisana buante more long this ting long me plan of Bougainville na ting well people of Bougainville got long this time. Bougainville is watching. Bougainville is listening right now. Bougainville and we got this big expectation long this government. Now this expectation long you mean long this government, you must show him long people of Bougainville. No got money by me senisim ting. No got something by me senisim. This referendum I'm been giving me road finish. Let me give him finish road. Lo this two question come up now people decide. So we are all standing as one. Now me last plan long this tripla, four plan me talk now. Me like talk of some government glass him good. Review him again. Look back long or tinting you got. Look again long this plan. One and tinting by me hold him. How by me walk him? We are all here to guide you and we are all here to talk and consult and let's carry the Bougainville issue forward. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Long give me little time, long we can make him some talk.
Minister for State Enterprise.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Me like talk about some. All of us here have simply inherited an existing problem, as we all know, which went many years ago. Even the case long, Mr. Colin Grant Chief, founding Prime Minister, not founding father, as because Landilor, Tumulumid and Pavlumid, they were also founding fathers of this country. They were also among those who pushed for independence and fought with him. So I simply call him the founding Prime Minister and not the founding father because there were many other fathers that is in the country. It's a situation in Bougainville. When I was growing up in the early 1970s, story been come up was there were a number of our Bougainville brothers who had an accident in Goroka. And that triggered what was already an existing problem was leader region Totok finish. It triggered an existing problem. And time land law Constitutional Planning Committee, only Glassim, only consultant right throughout the country. The Constitutional Planning Committee took 2 years to visit every corner of this country and came up with that document which was then converted into the constitution of our country. No doubt in the minds of those founding fathers, issue long Bougainville now, not only the issue of Bougainville too, issue of Eastern Britain about Talgun Association too is part of lab. The founding fathers knew about it, and yet in their wisdom, they set about providing an option for decentralization.
only clear law when map this la country by go. These were men of wisdom. If you take the example of the province where I come from, population the province have more than 400,000 people. That is more than the population of one of those small Pacific Island countries. We have our own cultures. We are a passive society compared to the others. We respect long Osman person. Leadership, respect the leaders. And we can easily say, well, we can also become independent. Is there anything stopping us? There are so many landlocked smaller countries in Europe who were in the situation like Bougainville Islands province too. We have our own cultures and languages. So we are not a very easy country to govern. So you mean both sides of the parliament, you mean suppose apart from our brothers and sisters from the region, I don't think we should be emotional. Some of you on the other side, just only 4 months ago, you were talking against Bougainville. That I remember, our province, the Honorable Larore went and made some comment, now we're being hypocritical. We must lose emotional issue now, work out how to come with a solution. All land women all sing out now. Now, as we all know, this process that all you work in land, it was part of the peace monitoring agreement. Now, when I was minister under our Grand Chief, Michael Somari, I was appointed on the Bougainville Steering Committee, and the late Sir Peter Bada was the chairman. And I remember visiting Buka, and when we went inside that office, we had this very huge bearded fellow. Instead of greeting us, he punched the table and he said, "Sir Peter, where's my money?" I later realized that he was Joseph Kabui. I was also part of the team that went to Arawa when the peace monitoring group from New Zealand and Australia withdrew. And I can tell you, leaders here, online along Bougainville, God look him now. We never completed the process because it was raining very heavily. Nature did not favor us. But that alone cannot be a determining factor. We are a democracy. Majority will always prevail. Now, time or land, all he said in the Constitution, and when they set the framework for our country, they were cognizant and they were aware of those simmering differences that were, arising below the surface. So, in their own wisdom, they deliberately framed the Constitution in such a way that, what the provision of the Constitution were, by recognizing, by empowering the Parliament, law, giving independence law one part of our country, unless we all resolve to amend the Constitution. Time this is the problem of 1988 and 1989. The late Sir Rabin Amali was the Prime Minister. Time Lo Samara Stab, Sir Julius Sen Stab, I wish you were here now to even guide us too. Time Sir Julius Stab, Wing T.M. Stab, and even Bill Skate, the late Bill Skate went there, and he was welcomed out there. Peter O'Neill will stop. Now Honorable Marabe stop. All of these prime ministers never promised the people of Bougainville independence. And I stand to be corrected on this. None of them ever promised. They were cognizant of the fact of the complexities surrounding our country and the way our founding fathers brought this country to independence. And as far as I can recall, none of those prime ministers failed to allocate funding apart from those 10 years our people were in isolation. None of them. None of the members of the parliament also failed our people. We all recognize, they did and we still recognize that this is a process that all of us have to go through. And what we are confronted now is the outcome of an agreed process. The ones who were before us agreed that our people will be allowed that opportunity to go for a referendum and for the results of that referendum to be tabled in this parliament before us. Unfortunately for us, we were not part of the process.
we are now being asked to make very, very important decisions concerning the future of this country. And we must always remember this, and we must always make our decisions based on process and based on our personal beliefs. We're all leaders here. We will, of course, when our good Minister of Bougainville Affairs clears that process, I have not come across any situation where our good minister has deliberately delayed this process. He has taken this process to Cabinet. Our Prime Minister, Honorable Marape, has supported the process. We are slowly working through a process. We have next year, no one will rush us. We will make a decision that will be long-lasting. I wouldn't want to be swayed by emotional statements on this one, apart from our brother and sister from Bougainville, who understandably are emotional. I wouldn't blame them anyway. They have a right to tell us how they feel. They represent their people, and they are true Bougainvillians. No one would ever dispute them. But at the same time, I am also a leader of my people and of this country. I must make a decision that will provide a solid foundation for my children and grandchildren for this country. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this government, from what I can remember, even when I was in the government of Somare, Honorable Peter O'Neill, and now the Honorable James Marape, all those governments have recognized that we have a problem on Bougainville Island. And they have continued to fund. Not much, but in dribs and drabs. Every year, they have continued to fund. I also have friends on Bougainville Island, but some of the stories I hear are not really comforting. If I were doing over there, I would rather ask the leaders on that island, what have they done with the money we've given so far? My province also needs money too. Not one province is the only province in this country. So, if you are asking for independence, demonstrate to us that you are good in managing the money that we give as well. It cannot be one side. Yes, of course, we will eventually vote. All of us will exercise the constitutional right to vote regarding the position on our island there. But we also must be mindful of the fact that we agreed to a process and we are following that process. We have not deviated from that process. We help and we allow them to do the referendum without fear or favor. There was no influence from the national government for our people to be convinced to vote the other way. They were given the free choice to do it, and they have done the result of that. It is up to us now to either recognize them or to vote according to the way we think, having the interest of our country as a whole always at the back of our mind. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when this matter is eventually brought to the floor of this Parliament, to the blessing of our Prime Minister and Cabinet, I will vote according to my conscience. I will not allow emotions to guide me. I will vote according to my conscience, knowing very well that it was the dream of our fathers to see this country remain a united country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member Blong, Yellow Pankia.
Assistant Speaker, we could join in all colleagues, members of Parliament to say a few words and debate on this paper that has been presented by the Minister for Bougainville Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as my government was responsible for ensuring that the referendum was conducted, and I'm pleased that that process has been completed, and it will be brought before this Parliament for its deliberation very soon. But, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. We all know that the Bougainville issue, especially about self-determination, has been around for many, many decades. As part of the discussion in our country and, of course, in Bougainville itself. And we also know that lots of lives have been lost as a result of this, both on Bougainville, and also in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, against that background, the peace agreement was negotiated between Papua New Guinea and Bougainville. It was not negotiated by one or two people. Many leaders from both sides of the both from Bougainville and Papua New Guinea got involved. Many government at that time involved many experts, especially those who understood the constitution and the laws of our country. And as a result, the agreement was reached. And after reaching that agreement, Mr. Assistant Speaker, many governments have come and gone. And those governments have tried their very best in implementing the agreement to which decided. And today we are contemplating on this referendum outcome to be taken in this Parliament and for this Parliament to deliberate. I understand the Minister's difficulties in addressing some of the compliance of that agreement with the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. But let me go back to the peace agreement itself. When it was negotiated, it was negotiated by some of the leading minds and leading leaders in this country, our forefathers. Some are still with us, and some are not with us. And addressing some of the issues of Bougainville, even during the time of independence, Mr. Speaker, our country tried its very best to accommodate the thinking and the desires and the wishes of the people of Bougainville. The instance of establishing a provincial government system was done precisely to accommodate Bougainville first. That now led us through the peace agreement and the autonomous government structure was established for Bougainville. The rest of the country followed. We introduced provincial governments, as the good member for and the minister has alluded. We followed through a provincial government system. And now many provinces are calling for the autonomous government, particularly New Ireland, Eastern Britain, and many others. As we now look to the question of the referendum being tabled and the issue of independence coming through, how is the discussion about the government structures in the country will be discussed into the future? How are these provinces that are asking now for autonomous government, what will be their question in the future? It is that difficulty I see the minister and the government having difficulty addressing. Now, we cannot change the issues or the agreements that we have signed at the peace agreement. We must complete it to its end. And that included the question of the referendum and the questions that were put to the people of Bougainville. Now, we have to get consultation far wider and possibly get some of the United Nations and the international community to get involved when we drafted those questions. And I'm very thankful that the former Prime Minister for Ireland, which is Penny Harrell, why we selected that particular gentleman to lead this consultation process as part of the international community was because of the Good Friday Agreement that he led and discussed and signed with the government of the United Kingdom. Good Friday Agreement is an agreement that's signed between Ireland and the United Kingdom after hundreds and hundreds of years of fighting. And that resulted into that particular agreement. Now it's still lasting. And as a result of those questions, now the results are here before us. And I think we have done as much as we can to accommodate the wishes of the peace agreement that has been established by our leaders. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue that we need to do is, where do we go from here? I understand from the Minister's reply to a question time that the government was seeking some moderator to moderate these issues. The difference of opinion between ADG and our government. That is fine, but many of it is about constitutional issues, what I seem to understand. If there are constitutional issues that has been brought up, I'm sure that our leaders and those negotiating the peace agreement who were guided by constitutional lawyers in the country, they would have captured these issues in the peace agreement. But if they had some oversight where they did not pick these issues up, the only place that can interpret this is not through further consultation or moderation. We must be guided by the Constitution. And if it means that to bring this issue of referendum results into this Parliament before the Parliament negotiates, the government has an opportunity to go to the Supreme Court, where only the Supreme Court is established by law to interpret our Constitution. I'm sure that they can guide us through some of these difficult issues that we are finding it so hard to manage. And Mr. Speaker, you know, we need to conclude the process. Either way, we need to conclude the process. Even our brothers and sisters on Bougainville need to understand this. Whatever process that we conclude has huge implications to the country about its stability and about its unity going forward. Huge implications. It is not an easy decision to make. And I hope that common sense will prevail through these discussions, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, as legislators, we make laws, but we are not experts in interpreting law. And there's only one place, the Supreme Court of this country. The second issue, and I don't want to drag on, but the second issue is about, so far after the peace process, the way in which ABG is operating in Bougainville. I think now, almost few decades now that we have had ABG operating, we've seen the outcome of the manner in which in that they are managing the affairs of Bougainville. There has been some significant outcomes, positive outcomes, but there are still many issues still outstanding, Mr. Speaker. Many issues about governance, for instance. The structure of the government system of the ABG that is cumbersome and too large for a small province or a small island, even if it becomes an independent nation. That is consuming a lot of resources and funds of that island, Mr. Speaker. Its economic independence, Mr. Speaker, and its capability and able to fund its own budget going forward if it becomes autonomous or independent, Mr. Speaker. These challenges have been faced by Bougainville today. We as a country needs to be comforted by Bougainville leaders that they are capable of managing this. They are capable of managing the rule of law on Bougainville, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand the rule of law is very challenging on Bougainville, where individual groups are running around enforcing rule of law themselves. How can you attract foreign direct investment into an environment like that, creating opportunity for our people? So all in all, Mr. Speaker, these are challenges that ABG needs to give comfort to this honorable house and to the country. So I have no issues, Mr. Speaker, that the results of the referendum should be tabled in this floor. There is a process that we have agreed to. But if there are some constitutional issues about its implementation and its issue about whether this Parliament has got a right under the Constitution to grant independence to any part of our country, it's a serious issue. And it needs to be addressed by the appropriate authority. And I urge the government to seek those kind of views, and they will guide us so that we have the precedent-setting decisions and advice that we can use that to meet some of the challenges that will come in the future, Mr. Speaker. As I said, it is not going to be the last province in our country that will say, listen, we want to go on our own. There will be many more coming through because we were a tribe of 1,000 so many languages and different cultures and ethnic groups. And that is expected, Mr. Speaker, in a country such as ours. So I support the idea about bringing the referendum results onto the floor, but let us work together in making sure that we give comfort. We want to make the right decisions for the people of Bougainville. We have come through for a long way now. We can't turn back. And Bougainvilleans deserve a conclusion to this question. And this is the responsibility of this Parliament to do so. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member for Kandip.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Me, Sanaplong, contributing discussion before the Parliament today. That is the issue, welcome to the issue, we will discuss him. For the first time, we will discuss him issue where very sensitive. Now, we got some emotional attachment to it, very strong. I got all sentiments whereby a nation of Papua New Guinea by expression to also the various speakers of the nation only expression. But to require some prudent thinking along addressing whatever issue you may take in. But Mr. Assistant Speaker, me speak freely and openly as an individual member of Parliament that supports a final outcome from the process as to granting the people of Bougainville independence. So I'm speaking from that perspective. In other words, I support the referendum results. But by me analyzing some little points as to how should we address that, as per the discussions I had from some of our leaders and those issues, there are a lot of wisdom in both sides of the discussions. But let me have the pleasure of supporting the result of the referendum based on the peace agreement, but then I'll try and highlight as to how we should address the issue. First of all, Mr. Assistant Speaker, I must express some gratitude to those people actually laid down the process that commenced to a peace agreement that was signed later. Because I, like many others have said, was a student at the University of Technology in 1988 when the crisis started. And some Bougainvillean students like Noah Mosungu and a few others who were there with me. I was the student leader there, and Noah Mosungu happened to be my secretary of the Student Representative Council, and he was somebody always moving here and there, and the Bougainvillean students had organized them to fly back to Bougainville. So the Bougainville issue is one that to most Papua New Guineans, and especially those of us on the floor, including the Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, and the others, it is in close to our heart. And it's a wonderful thing that we're discussing with fashion on this subject. Let me recognize also Australia and New Zealand. It was very difficult for when there was this big war causing thousands of people to perish. New Zealand came in, Mr. Assistant Speaker. Australia came in. They played a very big role in putting the two teams together, and we acknowledge them for their involvement. And United Nations and others within the region and afar that contribute a lot. And we also respect those that are still working with us, like one mentioned by the former Prime Minister, Member Yalbu Pangia, who is continuing to assist Bougainville and Papua New Guinea to continue to making sure that there is peace. So the issue that is before us is, do we honor, do we endorse? Does this Parliament approve or endorse the 73 or it's 93 or 97.3% result of the referendum? I argue that yes, we should. We should grant them independence. But I also argue that it should not be just independence, it should be paced out over time. We complete the process by endorsing the results, but it should be paced out over time, and whatever time that Parliament chooses is dependent on this consultation process that we have been talking about. Because the arguments presented by both sides of the argument as to the governance structure on the ground, as to the management of resources, as to how do we help them to sustain them for the long run, those are questions that must be answered properly. Similar questions does Papua New Guinea face anyway, too. Papua New Guinea continues to face the challenge of sustainability. How do we maintain existing services? How do we look at the future sustainability of a strong economy? Those are true in Papua New Guinea as well as on Bougainville. So it will be very challenging for Papua New Guinea to just grant and give independence, and that's it. You are given independence while not addressing the issue of socio-economic sustainability for many, many years to come, for hundreds of years to come in the future. As a responsible nation of Papua New Guinea, those issues become very important that we should address. Let me just raise this point that I hear don't compare Bougainville with the rest of Papua New Guinea. Now that touches me because I've done a bit of study on Bougainville and some other parts of this country, Mr. Speaker, and let me agree with that point, that other provinces are not like Bougainville. Osemi token, you mean all another province, one comes from Bougainville. Me akiro the statement of Bougainville and leaders make him. You know, just because some of 25,000 man marry, lo Bougainville dana too, lo sablo Papua soldiers, the police too, planning to die. You know, long this is the reason, so let me main reason. I mean main reason. But you look at history, Blongolia. Well, 1778. This la Bougainville, man friends have been come inside. I'm a botanist. Philibert Nembloy. Now Louis, their friends, Bougainville, let me give him name, Bougainville, or some Bougainville, me call him today. The independent movement, Blongolia, but start long time here. You know what one province of Papua New Guinea or region elects independence? Not all of New Guinea Islands. I had former governor for Manus, Stephen Pokawin was talking about that. Said he wants the autonomy, the independence for the New Guinea Islands. That came up very, very recently. Some part of southern region, they've been talking about breaking out to become like the Australian citizens, but that has happened just recently, 1975, and up to the present time. But the Bougainvilleans, you look at the history. Look at them. Long time before. Even 1975, Mr. Assistant Speaker, time Papua New Guinea independence, Mbiania, all Bougainville independence before you. Now, approach me, Papua New Guinea is a main country, man, Kissim independence. But Bougainville has been like Kissim is before yet. No, give all Belisi. At that time, Father John Momis. Now you may call him Dr. John Momis now. You may create a provincial government. So you go along Canada now, not talk people like Kissim, the provincial government system come about Bougainville and so then now two ball Amama also. At least people like give them some power along later manage them all yet. That's how I think the provincial government system come and said to me. I will plan the debates to come in so long. So Bougainville different history long him. But you're not mixing one them rest of PNG. Now to me like talking rest of Papua New Guinea too. Through the Parliament too. Almost no going to Surek or some Nongutol Nabla province too will break away. I tell you it will not happen. It cannot happen. Because they're not like Bougainvillians. They never started in the 1700s, not in 1800s, not in 1900s, not before 1975. No. So it will be irregular, it's inconsistent, it will be not a very relevant comparison to make. So that fear that otherwise the others must break away, I don't see it. I don't see it. Because here you say island people, Papua New Guineans, but they would like to be independent because that thinking has been there before you. So you may treat him this also peculiar. You know, one comes from Narpla. But strong thinking must stop where you may face him out independence belong all. You must admit him too all same time. You may give him autonomy too. Also, various government may like President too, Minister belong Bougainville others now do, but me praise him some point where I'm looking more good. But the Lavla government too. All you him good too. All you him good, long very difficult circumstance here. Or the government will good, but he got some short for 2 start. Well, autonomous part belong this is phase 2 leading up to the referendum. We've only been putting strong in all this systems of governance in good Long Island. But in because Papua New Guinea, you know, like walking, and people of Papua New Guinea main country too, maybe like a similar kind of challenges too, long governance system belong people. So people struggle with them all got governance issues. Now Long Island, Bougainville too, the autonomous region, people not performing very, very well. So I think that was similar give him, people endorse him. This is the result of the referendum. People must endorse him, want them through the consultation that we've just talked about, establish him phased out as to what him kind by you make him be untrue, but all him by independent, but after maybe establish him all this, like want them in consultation, want them all through the process. And one blood tinty, maybe must come up and discuss them. But let me, Mr. Assistant Speaker, talk about work belong the present government. Present government, me talk to me. Me looking Prime Minister, want the Minister of Bungla Affairs, to try and best, not to look him good work. Me at me class and me looking. Consultation, me looking consultation. All go anga. And the governor, the grants say Peter Ibadas, and when they stop me, Minister Lab too, some langa leader, me will be sit down, na me looking at consultation and go. And I'm good blood to talk come up long, 2 plus at 110. Now recently too, tumble along APEC house too. Get good blood discussion if it come up now. Maybe been part of the discussion too. Now to be leader, want the president, want the prime minister, to be talk, we must put him this moderator, but come pacify him or diffuse him some or misunderstanding is that being said, let him this moderator come. So I'm 2 plus side, one them agree. So process him and go good. Me looking more some leadership of Bougainville. Want them leadership long Papua New Guinea, me looking to play consult good the process and go good. But also himself to get talk. You may tremble and make him awareness the rest of the country. The awareness part is the ability to make him. But consultation, me looking with someone food. And Minister Magiba, man, that was a very challenging area. And he's a very young man. Very young man, he was never a minister before. But Mr. Speaker, please let's give credit where credit is due. I've always had a young man. He performed very, very well. He's very confident. He's very he's focused on the issues. I see him talk to his counterpart over there in Bougainville. They talk, and where there's a disagreement, they say, we agree to disagree, and let's agree to where we agree. And where they've agreed to disagree is where the morality is coming in now. So, Parliament, through you, as Speaker, let me inform all of us, we are going well on it. We're going well on it. My observation under circumstances, we're going well on it under the Prime Minister's guide and under the Minister's guide. But the next question now is, if we must give independence. That's my collection from everything, because what is the purpose of a peace agreement? What is it? You don't just go and say we create peace. There must be objectives that you must achieve. And the Bougainvilleans, they wanted independence. We give them a choice, independence or autonomy, or greater autonomy. They have said, we want independence, and this Parliament has a duty to give it to them. That's where we are. But the process of constitution, process of doing it, that now we trust the Minister and the Prime Minister to deliver that. But the end result will be, they've decided already, we cannot decide for them. Because we came to the peace agreement with the objective that if there was peace, therefore they will be getting the independence, and that's exactly what is before us now. So let's not complicate it. Any process that needs to be done, let it be done. But the end result will be that Bougainvilleans will be given that independence, and I think that is the wisest thing to do of this process. And I do not think that the rest of Papua New Guinea will follow suit. No. That's where leadership of this Parliament comes in, governance comes in, rule of law comes in, equal distribution of wealth comes in. You must do those things properly. when a leadership of parliament is holding the country together with quality governance, quality rule of law, quality leadership, quality public service, no one wants to break away. Did you hear what the members of Bougainville said? My road is not sealed. Did you hear what they said? They said the service are not there. Why didn't you give those to us before the referendum? You never gave it to us. That's so that you never loved us. So we have decided to break away. So let's look after Papua New Guineans better than we're looking after them now. Let's be more wiser than we have been wise most of the time. Let's give the people a service. That's how you hold the people together. Not by subjugation, not by suppression, but by quality governance, by quality leadership, quality rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Governor for NCDC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me opportunity to contribute to this very important, I would say, like milestone debate in the journey of our country. You mean this 11th Parliament, we have the absolute privilege to have the opportunity to perhaps reshape our country, politically at least. And so you must embrace this opportunity courageously. I want to encourage us. I want to say from the outset that I will speak personally, side of me as a member of Parliament, leader of our country. It does not represent our party, Social Democratic Party. We have a variety of views. But I want to say from the outset that me personally, I'm not afraid of independence from Bougainville. I believe if we chose that path, it will enhance our country and enhance the relationship much greater than we had in the past, because we know we had a troubled relationship with Bougainville well before independence coming up now. You may get us away. You know something. But it's up to Parliament to decide, and this is the opportunity that we have. I want to thank the Minister for Bougainville Affairs and Prime Minister, government, for bringing the debate now to the floor so that we can have a debate. I think for a while we had pursued a strategy where, because it is sensitive, we leave it to the ministers and some prominent people to shape it, discuss it, and give us the option how to move forward. I think that process has come to a stage where now we must openly discuss it. And we must have the courage to address all the issues, whether they are hard or very sensitive or painful too. We must have the courage. That's why our people elect us to be here. To have the courage and the wisdom to make decision, tough decision, however it is, we must make it. And this is a moment of time where we, this 11th Parliament, we must decide what happens between Bougainville and the rest of our country. I don't want to repeat many of the background that has been, eloquated or, presented by all the previous members of Parliament. Everybody has spoken well. I want to just acknowledge our 4 members of Parliament from Bougainville. They've spoken eloquently and spoken passionately. And we all acknowledge the pain and the hardship that you all carry. We wish that part of our history had not happened. But we all have the benefit of hindsight, and we can say what we want to say, but we cannot change that history. It has happened, and we now need to make a decision. But we feel the pain. We have not experienced the same pain as, for example, member for North Bougainville. The loss in the family and personal loss and the suffering by women, children of Bougainville, 10 years of blockage, all the fighting, killings. We did not personally felt those losses. But we understand, and we show empathy and sympathy. I think the government and people of Papua New Guinea have come to terms and understood this. And the peace process itself is a statement. It's a statement that shows the collective will of our people of Papua New Guinea, the rest of the country, that we understand the pain and the horrors of the past, and we don't want it to happen again. And I think everybody is committed to that. I think if there is any level of comfort that we want to give to the people of Bougainville, I don't think anybody here, Prime Minister and the ministers and members of Parliament, wants to start another war. Yeah. I don't think anybody in his right mind or right mind, whatever happens, the Parliament decide whether we ratify or we refuse. Who's going to ask the PNG Defense Force to go back and, invade or take over or suppress the people of Bougainville? I don't think anybody is willing to do that. I think we are all committed to peace. Yeah. And we want to achieve an outcome that is peaceful and is a great outcome for people of Bougainville and the rest of our country. That's what we need to search for. What is the formula that will work? I just want to remind us too that although we don't want to make comparison, and indeed we should not make comparison about Bougainville as a region or province and the rest of the country, but I just want to remind us this comparison that I think it's also relevant, Mr. Assistant Speaker, members of Parliament, our people and people of Bougainville are listening in, so I just want to reaffirm this, that the case of Bougainville, like the rest of PNG, we were colonized, and we were seeking, like them, to get our independence from our colonial masters at the time. Yeah. In the case of our people of Kanaks of New Caledonia, they were colonized and they're still under colonial rule. Whatever French says, but it's a colonial situation. In the case of West Papua, they were invaded in 1962. So it was a colonial conquest. Yeah. Their claim to self-determination, independence, is a claim against a colonial conquest. In PNG, Yumisawe, in the case of Bougainville, we understand that they were claiming and want to pursue independence well before 16 September 1975. But the fact of history of our nation and our people is this. I want to remind all of us, Parliament, remind all our people, and also remind the people of Bougainville too, whatever they say. In 1973-74, the leaders of our country, people of Bougainville, their leaders included, they freely chose to become one people, one nation, one country. Under the leadership of Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Sumare. Grand Chief Sumare didn't go and invade the people of Papuan region or Islands region or New Guinea Islands or whatever region or country. He never did. Through his leadership and his abilities to reach out and passion and compassion, he was able to convince everybody, unite everyone, from the islands, from the Papua region, from New Guinea Islands, Momasetu, our people in 1973, 74, the leaders at the time, they chose to become one people, one nation, one country. This fact you must appreciate him and understand him too. So people of Bougainville, of course, they had a case of their own, but they had elected leaders at the time. Nobody forced them. Nobody told them that if you don't become part of this country, we will invade you. Yes, there was some incident in 1974 where government sent a rights court to Bougainville. Maybe they declared UDI,
but it was solved through peaceful means. Their leaders were part of this discussion and dialogue. So this is something I just want to remind us that our leaders at the time, they reached an agreement and came together to create this diverse nation. A nation of 1,000 tribes, 800 plus languages, so many cultures and tradition and custom and kind, sing na, bilas na. But we tried to do the impossible to become possible. And it was through the leadership of late Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Sumare. He achieved it. Sometimes when he was governor, we speak, his governor's conference, me plus across him too. Why did you do this or do that? And his explanation is very simple, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I'm talking, this is time here. And me got this thinking you got this stuff now. But we must make a compromise. Because, okay, the line, 1 billion. I have to convince them that it is possible, that we can do it. So I have to make adjustment. Even the system of government, you may choose it, that we follow the British system. Because at the time, somebody think we cannot do it. You mean already? So Grand Chief has to make this adjustment and convince everybody to come to create this state, unique state of Papua New Guinea. So, Mr. Assistant Speaker, I just want to establish that in 1975, nobody coerced anyone. We all, our leaders at the time, they made that decision. And it's like a compact between, our customary leaders or traditional leaders or tribal leaders. Time only making decision. Hard the meal or picnic or now, me by sensing. All chief all making decision at the same time. And hard the meal or sensing. So now, here we are this time. We have a situation where the issue has been raised again, and we must make a decision. And I want to encourage us, Prime Minister, we shouldn't be afraid to bring the result of the referendum to Parliament. Let's not be afraid. Let's bring it and make a decision. And let's not get complicated with, terminologies and refer it to the Supreme Court or whatever court. We are here mandated by our people to make a decision. If we want to ratify it, meaning approval, let's go ahead and ratify it. And if we approve it, we should have the courage and confidence that Papua New Guinea will sustain. It will rise up from this history and be a greater, bigger country. And it is up to all of us, leaders. I think the message is very clear. It's up to us leaders to make Papua New Guinea work. And people want to live, and they only will live if we don't make it work. That's why Governor Blo we must not trust the province now. Work on them all. Build the capacity in the province. When the province signs, the nation will sign. People are governor talk, not because we want to take away power unnecessary from the center, but we want our people to be confident, to have a sense of belonging to this nation. That they too are benefiting and they too can see progress and they too have a sense of belonging. They too are in this equation, which is not an easy equation to maintain and sustain. I have no idea. This project should have failed. It has all the basis to fail. This project called Papua New Guinea. All the grounds for failing. I don't think the world gave us any chance of surviving. But we have proven that we can do it with a lot of challenges, but we are still doing it. And it's up to us leaders now to make it better for tomorrow. So we shouldn't be afraid of taking on and making this decision. I think in terms of Bougainville, a number of things too I want to say. First, I want us to acknowledge the
success that we have had in implementing the peace accord, the Bougainville peace agreement. This is exceptional. Not many countries in the world or similar situation, they have respected and honored the terms of a peace accord. You look at so many countries in the world, all fighting this stuff here. Even you look in United Nations presided over, Israel and Palestine. Look at them now, how many years, 70 years later, all still fighting, massive destruction and killing still taking place. Even the, Eastern Monday agreement with, about Northern Ireland, it went through testing times because all IRA all fight longer time. All like in United Ireland. Why should England take over this portion of Ireland? Ireland long. These are Irish people. They want to remain as one country. United Kingdom or England has no right to come and invade and create another legally country or part of their country, carve it out to make it part of the United Kingdom. So their agreement went through a lot of testing of times. Now you may looking too long. Even well-established countries like Spain, or you got all line all like breakaway. Barcelona line all like breakaway. Basque line all like breakaway. Even the Russian Federation all work like breakaway. So many agreements have been done before. Now you got Ukraine war stopped. They had a Minsk agreement between Russia and Ukraine. Did they respect it? No. These are big superpowers. To our credit, we must give credit to ourselves. We have honored the agreement. Bougainville people must understand that we honor the agreement. We have complied with all the terms of it. Even the weapons disposal. You may gada sabe. Member for Kandep, you talk no Musinku. He didn't surrender his guns. There was no 100% surrendering of weapons, so that people can make decisions peacefully, right, with the right, environment. That was the purpose of the weapons disposal. But we, on the part of government of PNG, we honored the agreement and went ahead with the referendum. Now referendum may come up. I don't think, and people of Bougainville should have the confidence that nobody here in this parliament wants to stop the referendum coming here to be ratified or approved or whatever. How it's approved or whether it's approved or not, that's something that the leaders of this country, our country, together must decide. We have leaders from Bougainville here, 4 of them. We all must decide together. So we all have respected this process. So we must trust this process. It has taken some time. My understanding, and member for North Bougainville talk, it must be decided before 2025. I thought my understanding, and I might be wrong, but I'll just say, Mr. Assistant Speaker, that my understanding is that the ratification must be not before 2025 and not after 2027. So I think the time to, for it to be ratified is next year, 2025 and 2026. Minister, you are in a better position to know this, and you can explain to all of us.
Point of order. Governor, making good debate me like a man. Also, long ratification in a time limit by the Constitution. So when a time is, both government will negotiate and decide that the matter be tabled by the Minister for Bougainville Affairs. That's it. But sorry, Governor, there is no time limit for when to be tabled by the law.
All right, my brother Governor, you correcting me, I'm right. Anyway, whatever time Minister Yuyet Sabe, bring it on, and we will make the decision. I think the main concern now is what if, and also we can remind ourselves about what happened before, and we need to remind ourselves, but we need to make a decision now going forward. Yeah. So now going forward is, what if this parliament members you may start, including the 4 members from Bougainville, we decide we did not approve it, whether it's simple majority or absolute majority. What if it's not approved? What happens the next day? So that's why it's important you need to talk now. It's important that, you know, ABG, President Toroamana, Tim Blongen, talk to our ministers. If we need a committee, bipartisan committee to be established, so you may create him, so you may discuss and look at what happens the next day. Because not good you may go to a point where we think the Parliament of PNG will just approve it because it's been approved 97%, therefore it must be approved. And if Parliament doesn't approve it, what happens the next day? So I'm being realistic here.
Yeah, Honorable Governor, sorry, law may interrupt me. You got 1 minute to law summarize your statement.
All right, 1 minute, Milay Towson. Reminding me, Bougainville has, despite its past with the rest of the country, has helped to define our country and contribute a lot to our country. Leaders from all help him shaping constitution. Dr. John Momi Samistap na plenty online. Leo Anet. And in the beginning of our journey too, we had only one mind. Me go school long university here. I was able to get a scholarship, full tuition fee and everything because of Panguna mind. A lot of people from Bougainville, teachers, doctors, they have contributed immensely to our progress and well-being as well. And so, must, when we make a decision, we make an objective decision that is good for rest of the country and Bougainville. I believe we can make a decision to enable us to go forward. As I said, I'm not afraid of independence.
Governor, your time.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. First time through, me like Luxawa law. All the debates, come up along this important conversation along Bougainville. And I want to register a couple of things. First and foremost, my sincerest Bel Sore, apology, go along big heavy, come up along Bougainville. From 1988, coming up, Tete. Of course, you may pass him gun long. Noken Parliamentary Bougainville long year 2001, but that has not seen the conclusion of the entire matter. So me like send up Kisi Mouse long or before leadership of country coming up Tete. Me like to Bikla talk well sorry. You may somewhere else, but you may not have reliving past. But if there is any stones left unturned as far as apologies is concerned, it's la walk you may walk 110 is a step towards maintenance of peace. Panning Bel Sore, you may help him lift him humble Bougainville again and lift Bougainville to the path of recovery, reconstruction, and development, as much as we want to also do for the rest of our country. I want to also pass my appreciation to the great leaders who constructed a world-class peace agreement in 2001. It was under extreme circumstances where life is loose and online planning body stop yet, majority, super majority along Bougainville, as you may try to note him, 25,000 or some tupla member belong not Bougainville, now member belong regional Bougainville, it talk Finish. So lots of life that is lost in Bougainville, as well as the unnecessary dispatch of soldiers to the island and the lives that was carried back from Bougainville. We like to talk also, we place him on record, big Hamamas long, the 2001 peace agreement. The 2001 peace agreement, Mr. Assistant Speaker, is the anchor in which this conversation is engaged upon. In 2001, they were very fresh off the conflict and were engaged in negotiations for peace and peaceful outcome. And so since 2001 coming up now also, Governor Blom, NCD talk, there has been no firing of guns for crisis in Bougainville up till today. This is a legacy that our country can be proud of and uphold. I want to say from my front, before I go into the gist of my statement in support of the minister's statement, I've made an absolute statement to the Bougainville leadership in various forums of consultation that going forward there'll be no more Papua New Guinean soldiers setting foot in Bougainville for the purposes of conflict again. Going forward, and this parliament will be, a law will be ushered into this parliament that will specify that no more will Papua New Guinean soldiers set foot in Bougainville for whatever it is into the future. And I want to say to the people of Bougainville, on this side, we are equally concerned of Bougainville's future as much as they are concerned. The issue for us remains how do we follow the spirit of the peace agreement and the spirit of our constitution in totality. Milak point him, Mr. Assistant Speaker, column section 242, 342 rather, of constitution. Let me talk also, the parliament shall make decision. Parliament shall make decision. Section 242, 342, subsection 2. And talk of parliament by making decision. Exactly one of them decision. You mean now is Sinam. All thing all same. All leaders from Bougainville and they have every right. Mipla 97.7% vote finish the independence. So parliament, but you don't have to talk anything. Current result go inside na yes at all na Mipla independent. Na Milek place him on record appreciation Blomilong, the Honorable Manasseh Makiba. As Minister of Bougainville, Harem Bougainville, Belsorola Bougainville, Iwara Wantam Bougainvilleans, but let me talk, Mima Senap Long, Biani Mama Love Long country. And we look our part 14 long constitution and we embracing the entire Bougainville peace-related issues and the constitution that governs and administers Bougainville. But he got some side law constitution too. And we talk about the country. Now me, Sanab long Wabek time, we been talk of them, long consultation of Wabek. Now appeal to Bougainvilleans, from leadership to the people, to think from rest of Papua New Guinea context and perspective, and MIPLA too, leadership here as well as rest of PNG, must think from the context of Bougainvilleans, as Christians should and as Melanesians should. And looking into the Bougainville issue from each other's perspective will allow us to find a common ground in some place. If not now, as we journey together into the future. Minister Manasseh and Papua New Guinea side, we're trying to reconcile the voting result with the peace agreement themselves and the constitutional provision of Bougainville and the rest of the constitutional provision we have in our constitution. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Part 1, Section 2 of Constitution, I'm defining the sovereignty we have today. The sovereignty we have today that was casted and constructed before September 16, 1975 is the Constitution, is the sovereignty defined under our Constitution. Biar sila thinking me sila na mitram law analyzing. If 2001 or passing this law, or leaders law this law, in not long law this law, provision law, constitution stuff, so money or writing this law. I want to say thank you to the leaders in 2001. They maintained in the peace agreement a place for national parliament to make decisions. In the 2001 peace agreement, and we talk, parliament shall ratify. In the constitution, it says parliament will make decisions. And the result of the parliamentary decision, Speaker, National Parliament Speaker, will convey to Bougainville Parliament. And so this is the issue we are grappled with. There is no fear in bringing this result to the floor of Parliament. Each of you will have a moment to express. And the expression of making decision takes place by way of a vote. Now we're grappling with this issue. Is it an ordinary vote or is it this one from national government side, we maintain it is a constitutional vote. A vote on sovereignty of our nation is a constitutional vote. And the constitutional vote process will take its place. It is a constitutional Section 14 and Section 17 requirement law. That's what we believe. And so we've been having this issue. Now, me talking about Bougainville leadership, are you willing to accept the result of the Parliament if we take it in? Also, me asking you, all members of Parliament, are we willing to step into this? I want to ask all of us to step back and think about the entire issue in totality. And I have some issue that I must deal with. A question posed to us by certain provinces of autonomy. What is the next step beyond autonomy? We must secure this country from conversation that is stopped at autonomy and nothing more. Bougainville is a pace setter for our country. They are separate. We leave them exclusive in respect to their path. But for the rest of the country, it is our responsibility to ring-fence our sovereignty. It is our responsibility, whilst we simultaneously, concurrently handle the Bougainville matter. We must ring-fence the rest of the country. An island full of gold may think he is or she is qualified for independence. A province full of a pot of oil and gas may feel that at the barrel of a gun I could call for truce. And then suddenly after truce, let me have referendum. You know, this referendum is defined in our Constitution. Constitution allows for referendum. And I read to you, for instance, Section 339 of our Constitution, way before the O'Neill government sanctioned referendum and put the question. The question was crafted in 2001. So, Somali government, O'Neill government, and Marape government has little choice but to progress a peace agreement that was set into motion in 2001. The question itself is guided. Section 339 rather, subsection C, says in any questions put, one of the questions must include the choice for separate independence. The choice for separate independence. So consistent with our constitutional provision, Part 14, that deals with Bougainville, Somali government tried their best. O'Neill government tried its best. Marape government is doing our best to answer this alone. And the best we could have done allowed the referendum to go ahead. And I want to speak, and I did in the last consultation meeting, and mind you, the consultation, I think speaker earlier, the member for Abao did mention that consultation has no time limitations. He is absolutely correct. Consultation has no time limitations. But consultations take place between two parties. And we did not want to aggravate a situation. One party wanted this to be progressed, and all manners of transaction is fully recorded in the JSB and post-referendum consultations that have taken place. Kokopo consultation, Wabe consultation, Era Kone consultations, all these took place. And we're now sitting before a matter in which they want us to come to Parliament. And we're telling them, Parliament has no direct provision for allowing you to come in. We agreed earlier in the last meeting that it must be by way of a sessional order. We both agreed sessional order can usher in the result. But what happens beyond when Parliament makes a decision? They have contested that Parliament has no mind, no voice of its own. You just take the result and that's it. We said it is a constitutional provision. Parliament must take a vote, and the decision must be relayed back to the Bougainville House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, all issues start before you meet. This Parliament will one day, one sitting, deal with this issue. Section 342, subsection 2, Parliament must make a decision. each of you would be asked to place a call on this issue. There'll be no place of hiding. All of us must be required to stand up. The only way that is holding us back is this issue on constitutional law requirement for vote and ordinary law requirement for vote, a simple majority. We've maintained that it's a constitutional matter, constitutional requirement for vote must take place. But even if it is a simple majority, it is at 56 or 57 in a house of, or 60 in a house of 118 members of parliament. But that issue on number and what happens in the decision is something we could not agree on both sides. And so following the requirement of the peace agreement or constitution, we calling for a mediator to look into exactly what is the number required. Of course, the alternate of going to court is there. Section 335 of the peace agreement allows for that. But we, invoking the provision of Section 334, we ask a mediator to arbitrate on this critical issue. When the decision comes in, what is the number that stands up to cast vote in the favor or in the negative? So, Mr. Assistant Speaker, a big issue, me like to thank you all Bougainvilleans. I want to place on record the 4 members from Bougainville are absolutely entitled to speak on Bougainville matters, and this Parliament must not take offense. I want to place on record that President Ismail Taroma has been defending the rights and interests of Bougainville in all forums, and all leadership in Bougainville have been asking for it with no holding back. They said it's independent or nothing. But as the defense of this country, I stand to be guided by the constitution of our country. The constitutional process must take course and must take precedent. But I want to say thank you for Bougainvilleans to understand from my context. Let's understand from their context. We are working through this. As soon as the arbitrator or mediator defines on exactly what is the number required for the final decision, then this Parliament will have a handle on making a call on Bougainville. As I come and bring to conclusion, I want us to think also from their perspective. In the journey that they've taken thus far. But I want to also, Bougainvilleans to also think from our perspective. At 1975, the most diverse nation on the face of planet Earth was stitched together under one constitution, labeled one nation, one country, one people. The construct of our democracy and sovereignty in 1975 is now almost 50 years. This year we will be celebrating 49 years of independence. And this Parliament, this body of leaders, stand face to face with the future of our country. What is the future we want to pass on to our children? In the heart of it lies the Bougainville conversation. It may not just be Bougainville, but the way we relate to all provinces. How we anchor all provinces together and not allow one province or 2 provinces to move on, but empower them. How do we deal with them in the fullest? If you look deep into history, Mr. Assistant Speaker, 1979 or 78 thereabouts, the first conversation on fighting for greater benefits from Panguna came into government. Government changed in 1980, no one dealt with it. Government came back in 1982, no one dealt with it. Government changed in 1985, no one dealt with it. Government went to elections in 1987, no one dealt with it. Government changed in 1988, and suddenly explosion. Explosion. In less than a decade, explosion took place. The first power lines were felled up there in the Panguna areas. So whilst we sit here and throw back and forth as to who should be governing, the undecided consequence of ineffectiveness of public service to process key areas, Bougainville issue is a stark reminder And in the first 10 years or 12 years of our nation's life, we changed government 6 times. And key issues like Bougainville were left unattended. And so I just want to rally in our conscience. Changing government is part of a constitutional process, but we mustn't abandon key focus areas of our country. For the rest of us, securing our sovereignty is very, very important. One fragmentation will fragment the entire unity of our nation. We are the most diverse nation on planet Earth. Everyone has oil, everyone has gold, everyone has gas, everyone has forestry, everyone has island full of fish. The sovereignty defined at 75 is something that we should seriously think about preserving. But at the same time, how do we find a landing place for the Bougainvilleans in their aspiration for self-determination and pursuit of their own destiny? There are enough examples around the world. We've sent already teams to look at structures of government we have. The United Kingdom structure, the New Zealand Cook Island structure, for instance, and other structures around the world. And I want to speak to the Bougainvilleans through this session. Whilst we face with 2025 and we face with 2027 election, you have waited long enough. It may not be quicker, it may be deferred, and for some time. I spoke in Kokopo, I said as high as Mount William is. That depicts that the result, 97.7%, is timeless, will stand right through as part of our national conversation. I spoke in Arawa when I received the result. I said, I am taking this in my bag as member for Tari. That was a reflection that this is a constitutional matter. As much as I am the Prime Minister and I may be sympathetic to the Bougainville cause, as one member, I have no unilateral right to decide the fate of this country. It is a matter of process, and it is a collective matter of the entire Parliament. Every member will decide. And so the constitutional process will be followed. I want to thank, in conclusion, Bougainville leadership. They have every right to be frustrated as much as, and not just on the independence issue. We have given them little. But we have given them little in the context of what we have. From 2018 to 2024, for instance, the total allocation to Bougainville has been 2.2 billion kina all in all. My sister on the other side, I could appreciate her tears when she talks about development. And I wish she also said thank you. We had little, we are sharing little. The last time I was in Bougainville in 2019, the Buka to the village of late, the Honorable William Nakint, Gogohe was sealed, but from Gogohe to Aku was not sealed. 4 years on, Gogohe to Aku is sealed. So I just want to speak to Bougainvilleans. In the context of what we have, we also do extend care to you. In the context of what we have, we do extend care to you. It's not as if we're looking after everybody else and we're not looking after you. The economy Somare was operating from 2001 to 2011 was a smaller economy with less money available. The economy Mr. O'Neill was operating from 2011 to 2018, with no excuse, but sometimes I have to speak for my brother too, was an economy that he tried his best to assist. The contracts, Kokobau to Buin was given then. Contracts, Kokobau to Arawa, Arawa to Buin. Some landowners came into the picture. Disturbed the work construction. That is why we have this delay that is still going on. My government, since we came on board, we tried to resuscitate this, but we still get bogged down. Just like every other part of PNG, the bogged down that takes place when local contractors, etc., want to come in. So I want to say to our Bougainville friends, in the context of what we have, we are assisting where we can. And we've given them an additional envelope of a billion kina for the next 10 years, hopefully to prepare them. I made this commitment in the Buka consultations that additional 10 billion, 100 million every year, and last 3 years, we've given them that 100 million every year. I think it was only previous year that 70 million went or so, but we've given them that 100 million every year for key infrastructures. I want to speak to Bougainville also, knowing very well that certain element of Section 338 of our Constitution, especially subsection 3, 2 parts. I spoke to the AG when we were speaking at Elabix or APEC. Yupla brother Mipla Bell Soren and Larem referendum go ahead within the 15-year talk of the referendum. United Nations okay more right go. But you hold him something to boost up yet there. Section 338, subsection 3, number 2 point, me talk one, returning Mogaragan. Not play me talk, suppose you must operate in transitional government, want the fullest transparency, now good governance. All this plus something stop at Bougainville, you know not play. You brother me plus or me plus pass my. Not talk referendum go because it's a peace agreement and talk national parliament are making final decision. I mean like finishing talk to the Bougainville, you know, bureau up me plus. Something come up before you, me come up unnecessary through and come up. And now as a Mipla talk, take back PNG and fight more resources. Same talk, we only talked before long, 1978. Mipla making, but kissing back more country. This process is start and finish. As soon as the arbitrator or mediator establishing whether I'm simple majority or Section 17 requirement number, passing this final decision, then Bangla Karam come to Parliament. But in between this, any Section 18 Constitutional Reference Office, you got right to seeking interpretation of Supreme Court. So me like asking him, I know I'm like something that you're going to play politics. Life is loose. We want to find a permanent solution that respects their aspirations for self-determination, but at the same time secures our national sovereignty. So I just want to ask all of us, let's be cautious. There's a lot of pain in this, there's a lot of emotion in this, but at the same time, we can never compromise our national constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable members, the question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those in against say no. I say it. The leader of the government business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those in against say no. I say it. Honourable members, I now adjourn the Parliament to tomorrow 10 a.m.